I guess I could do that. Now maybe it'll show up on you.
Oh, hello everybody. Welcome.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
woo!
Cool. Jimmy
This is
intro
like
us.
those-
Wow.
This is like one of those big walk puzzles where you can't hear.
Yeah,
You
big
know,
walk, big
you
walk.
Have to dance
Blame
out
knock
the
on wood,
awards.
guys.
Hello, welcome, season 8 awards. Let's I can't hurry up a bit because otherwise we will go over into our match later. But I mean, it was Spooky and Knock. Long season. Let's pay respect to all the good players. That's basically what we said. And
Yeah,
Spooky, I
it's
think you wanted to
basically-
say something, and then I realized we were not being here.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the pre-show, guys. It's a pre-show. Pre-show. Yay!
All right, C League. Spooky, you're a C League expert. What do you think this? What's your verdict on this C League season, and how do you
Guys-
compare it to the last couple of years?
Guys, the union is up good, okay? The union is strong, and we've gotten more support than ever. And it was a good season. And on to the next one. I think
All
it's
right.
been super happy of what it was from, I don't know, 3 years ago now, right? It's completely different.
Awesome. All right, C League. Let's start with the Roll Stars. And Spooky, since you're Mr. C League, so I'll let you do the honors and introduce our winners for that.
Yeah, we got our tank roll stars. I don't know any of the awards ever, so I'm just gonna read it off the graphic because I don't have anything. So Knock, you're gonna have to show it before I read it off because I'm going off.
What do you want? What
Tank,
role do you
tank,
want?
tank
You want
first.
Tank. All right.
Yep.
Ready?
Yeah, the C League tank roll star. It's
The-
Denji and Donk. Congrats!
Woo!
Yippee!
I guess worth saying. Okay, so how did we land on Denji and Dong? So we had 2 weeks or like about a week where captains nominated players, and then about another week where the public voted on these. So these are all voted by you, the people. As always.
Yes.
Anyway, that's it.
And this graphic was made by
Osiren.
Osiren. There you go.
Yeah, we had I'll say who made what at the end, but lots of lovely graphics this year, as always.
Oh yeah. All right. The DPS roll stars for C League is Taken Wallet, Aiden 24, Lore, and Sonic. And that is Christ graphic. Oh my god.
Yeah.
All deserved.
Mhm.
Almost like it's made by someone who this is for a job. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice. Tim Week says, stop stalling and announce every award going to me. Yeah, good luck, buddy.
Mhm.
All right, what's
Alright.
up next?
Next up
The
is
support.
support
I guess-
roll stars.
yeah.
Whoa.
We got Fives, Keegs, Blue, and Fungin. Bang!
Ruby. That's one of your teammates, Ruby.
Yeah.
Cool.
The goats.
I will post all of these later during the first match, by the way, so you don't have to take screenshots of the stream. We will
They'll also be much higher
I'll
quality.
post them. Yeah, they will be in higher quality, and I'll give proper credit to all the lovely artists that worked
Yeah.
on these. So these are our C League Roll Stars, and I guess let's get into the single awards.
Mhm. So this
Let's
most
start with
improved.
most improved.
The C League most improved. Oh my god, it's Jinxed!
Zero
Days
since
since
last Jinx
last
win.
Jinx win 0.
That's great,
W,
actually.
W.
That's such a great graphic. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, guys, Jinx won something. I think it's the first time since in 6 years that Jinx won something. Like legit. He won season 1, and then that was it.
Oh.
Yeah, another award to his name.
All right, we have one more award going to the C League's Rookie of the Year. And Spooky got spoiled earlier on this, but the Rookie of the Year is also going to be the most valuable player in.
What? Sonic.
Actually, can't. Sonic, is that a.
Yes,
Yep,
Sonic
it's
Chronic.
Sonic Chronic?
Sonic
Okay, there you go.
Very,
Yeah.
very nice. MVP and Rookie of the Year combined the graphic. It's spectacular.
Yeah. And this was really, really close, by the way. I think first and second place were separated by less than 5 votes. Edgy Mom was also very, very close. So in both rookie and MVP as well. So our best players in C League also all newcomers this year. But that's why I asked you earlier. What do you think of the skill level this year? Because we did have a lot of new people that really brought some competition. And yeah, Sonic, I would say, absolutely deserved. Really just a great DPS.
Oh yeah. Now that's it for C League.
Let's
We're done.
move on.
I'm
to B
so
League.
upset. I'm so upset. We can't talk about any other division. We're done. Actually, we're done.
Yeah, C League best. That's why we started with that. You know, get the best things out first. That's how you do it in the show business. All right, let's move on to B League. I guess I can do this. Or Nock, do you want to do the honors for B League?
Yeah, I'm currently trying to get the GFX to actually load because they are very heavy.
I already ripped up the blame knock on wood post-it. Do I need to bring it out?
Well, what I can show you of the support of the role stars that are loading. If we have first up, if we have B League support role stars.
Okay. We got Dusttail, Corey, Big Brain, and Mem. All very good.
So basically, almost the entire Mango Nectar backline. Because Sandy almost was in there as well as a third winner. Yeah, you see a lot of that team in these awards. That's what I'm gonna say there.
Oh yeah.
All right, and then next up in DPS is
Gala, Curvemaster, Lucky, and Moonet.
Moonet. Whoa.
I mean, that's just Mooney, right? That's Mooney.
Yeah, that's supposed to be Mooney from Danu. And yeah, also all these B League graphics made by Hannah.
Yeah, very nice.
Pomku says C League is lucky they didn't have rookies. Goddamn. All right. Any last looks before we go on to our B roll stars, tank roll stars, and
Let's keep going, yeah.
Whoa, crazy graphic. Fish and Dawes.
Yeah.
W. Another
Under
Dawes.
signature heroes, I guess. Yeah.
Another Dawes roll star. Time to go to A League, buddy. Let's go. Wrap it up.
I think that's like the third year in a row where Dawes got a B League tank roll star. Yeah. Some A League captain should pick them up. All right, that's our roll stars.
Yep.
Let's do most improved again first for single awards.
All right, this player. I'm trying to see what BPL teams they were on.
They are also on Slime City Monarchs.
Second City Suns. Young and Bitter. Was that a? Was that was a Snowdown? What's up, Doc, for Bad Patch League Season 7?
Wrap it up.
This year, most improved in B League is Luau somehow.
Oh. All right, everyone walk away. Everyone turn off the screens. It's over. The league's over. The league's done.
Yeah, congrats, Luau. Also an awesome graphic. I love our graphics, people.
Oh yeah, the graphics are amazing.
I guess I should say, because I saw some people were like, whoa, why not this guy? So these were all voted on, I think, 2 weeks ago by now. So if anyone has like, I don't know, we had like yesterday we had Domination had like a 40 piece on one of the maps as Roadhog. Sadly, that wasn't taken into consideration. So I just wanted to point that out. Like these were not voted today. So just keep that in mind. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's more like regular season.
So
rookie. B League
next
rookie.
Up, rookie, yep, has been with us since at least BPL season 6, but I guess not as a player.
Who?
Yeah, this is the first
It's
time they played in the season.
Moon.
All right, wrap it up.
Okay.
Everyone, turn it off. If you haven't stopped
Propaganda
watching,
campaign.
if you haven't stopped watching since Luau got it, turn it off now. Since Moon just won, you can't stop. You can't watch anymore.
Their propaganda campaign worked so well. They got like, because you could cast like 4 votes, and they got like by far the most like 4th votes. Like everyone for like their last vote, they were like, "Oh, I'll give it to Moon." They've been they were like the only one advertising, "Hey, vote for me," and I guess it worked. So yeah.
Now I have propaganda of my own. If you want to show the 3 box again, I have propaganda of my own. Kill Moon and kill Luau. All right, everyone's spamming.
I think we're gonna get banned for this.
That's
We can get banned for that. Don't do that.
I think that is kill brigading.
What the hell?
All right, let's hope that doesn't get us banned. Let's do the next one.
Oh my god. All right, on to the MVP. Should I give like stats again? Whatever you.
Yeah, sure.
I should have become
Sure.
prepared.
Yeah.
Ledux person, Redwood Rockets. What's that for?
That's a
Oh, that was season 3.
that was
Some
season 3.
School of Rush. I think. Is this a second MVP?
Oh, I think I know
title
who this
for
is
them?
now. I think I know who this is now.
Okay. Well, anyways, it's the Fish. Woo!
Fish bang. Reinhardt on the
For-
graphic. Go.
For Mango Nectar.
Definitely a Reinhardt goat this season. Much deserved.
Yeah, Luau with the question marks. Luau, please report BPL. Thank you. No, do not
Managed
do
to
X
win
report
over
kill
3
Moon.
Hidden King players.
No, do not use that command.
Keep
Safety
using it.
item.
Oh my god. All right. We're going to have a
Alright,
talking to you
well-
after this.
Well, that's B League. We have 1 league left, and sorry, I feel like I'm pressuring us to hurry on, but we do have some announcements after this as well. So
That's fine. We have
let's
we have more than enough
What?
time. More than enough.
keep
Alright.
rolling here.
Keep rolling.
Well,
A League. Oh, A League isn't okay. We're going already. Tank World Stars. We have Matt Berger from Amatory and Cam from Odin.
nice.
Yeah, much deserved, I would say. I feel like no one can argue with these two. They've been really, really good. Cam on the signature, Risa, Matt Berger, Sigma. Yeah. And these are two. Oh, actually, yeah, these are 2 players that are still in the playoffs. So that makes me feel happy. Anyway, let's keep going. Who's next? Who do we have
On
next?
DPS.
DPS.
What
We
the-
have Frostfire 397, also from Amateur. We have Laser from Odin, Shoreline Pie, sadly, from Black Crown, and Cynex from Caladrius, who's gonna play in like 15 minutes. So you can see him pop off. Maybe also on the Vendetta. We'll see. But
Holy
yeah,
shit.
these are your DPS role stars.
I try not to be biased, but this next graphic might be the best I've ever seen in BPL.
Oh god.
Holy, look at this.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh,
Also made these role star graphics for A-League, by the way, also made by Hannah. And these are also powered role stars. We have Crow from Odin, Silver Charles from Ziriel. I actually never knew how to pronounce that team name. I'm not a caster anymore. Zimza from Amatory and Luca from Snowdrop. All on the signature heroes, I guess. Yeah, congrats.
yeah.
Very nice.
Alrighty. We're on to the last 3 then for A-League. We got, first off, the A-League Most Improved.
Yeah, you want to read off their accolades, because I feel like then people will know who this is. Yeah.
This accolade is pretty good. They were Season 6 C-League Kickoff Champion. Is currently sitting on Black Crown. It is Epic Shock. Most
Yeah.
improved
I thought you
player.
were gonna read the other ones, which were
I don't
think
see
they were.
them.
Oh, so they were last year's most improved player already. I think in B League,
Yeah.
and they might have been most improved player in C League the year before. So this is just
Okay.
I don't know, the the literal definition of Path to Pro. Epic
They
Shock.
they can't win it next year. I can tell you they
Yeah.
won't. No way
will not
they
be
win it next
eligible
year,
anymore.
right?
I'm saying that right now. Everyone just votes for Epic Shock, but no, Epic Shock has been really good. Also, this is a good oh yeah, these next 3 graphics were all made by Tekugen.
Okay.
But yeah, more ball players.
Can't win again. Banned
Well,
from winning.
Hold up. Speaking of ball players, someone who played on the U.S. men's Olympic basketball team 3 times in a row is now in Echo Knights. For the rookie of the season on A-League, we have Globster.
Wartangs, Globster.
The Globster. That Globster.
Like they've been here forever, but yeah, this was the first time they actually played in a regular season.
Yes, played Summit. Summit 2025 was their first time, and they won the B bracket, and then they won all of it in A in 2026. So,
that's the second highest, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, they've always been playing in that men's Olympic team that always just shows up whenever we do a snowdown. And this season they actually signed up and yeah, made a splash.
Oh shit.
Right.
Splashed with running with Mauga into knocking down the enemy team.
See what I did there?
Yes, yes.
Oh boy, there's 2 of you.
Gulp.
It's not that
What do you
one.
mean? What do you mean 2 people won A-League MVP?
No, there's 2 players who had the
Globsters.
same. No. The MVP. I was
Oh.
looking up the data for the next one. All right. All right. Let's see how fast we can get this. So they were on Frontier, got 4th place in season 4. In season 6, they were in Drunken Clugs, got 2nd. Season 7, they're in Whoop Troop, got 13th, 14th. And
Not
this
a
year
good
they're
team.
on Odin.
I wonder who it is. Is it the captain?
And the MVP, Cam.
Ooh,
Let's
Cam.
go. Orisa player MVP. You guys did this.
Wow.
Not ethical. No, actually, I'm kidding. But yeah, Cam.
Guys, we got Ball, then Mauga,
What
then
season for
Arista.
them?
Guys, what are we doing? Where's the Reinhardt? Where's the Reinhardt?
All 3 MVPs are still like under the on the remaining top 4 teams. So no outliers here, I would say. And Cam definitely deserves it for A-League. Every time we had an Odin game, which we had a lot on stream for some reason, I for some reason was always the POE observer for that team, and Cam made my job so easy because whenever there was a team fight, I would just go on the Orisa and he would get like 3 or 4 kills. So I would say absolutely deserved. I think he got like 3 or 4 player of the matches as well. So
You heard it here first. If you get
yeah.
streamed, you get MVP by Jimmy.
exactly. Just spectator bias. we can start our own narratives. No, but I think Cam absolutely deserves it. And I think seeing the reaction in the chat, everyone saying let's go, well, not everyone, but some people saying let's go Cam carries. Yeah, he's not even awake yet. Isn't he playing in like a few minutes? But yeah. And that's
apparently
our awards. What?
I have a gift to show. Given to, Moon sent in this gift for us to look at.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is
Guys, this
Oh.
is
This
Moon
is-
playing. This is Moon playing. That means he's
This is your rookie of the
disqualified.
year.
disqualified. Disqualified. Kill him.
Nothing.
Wait, I can't say that.
So.
In the video game.
Oh man. Do we don't have a image for it. We could get an image for it, Spooky, and then come back and do it
But yeah,
later. Otherwise, we could announce it.
I'll just
be
say
announced?
I'll real quick before we get to that. Again, thank you everyone for voting. I think the turnout this year was really, really good. I think I had almost 200 ballots sent in. Only had to delete a few where people wrote like nothing into the fields on who they are, so I didn't know who you were. But other than that, it was a pretty, I would say, a fair election. And yeah, I'll post these over probably the next hour in an announcement, so keep an eye out if you want to see those nice graphics again. Again, a big thank you to the 3 artists who made all these graphics possible: Hannah, Tekugen, Osiren. Really, really great job. I pinged them like a week ago about this, and they really knocked it out of the park. So thank you very much. And yeah, hope you guys enjoyed our little award show. But we do have some more announcements. And
Announcements.
Spooky, I think this is your time now.
Yes. We're going to talk about what's next. As you know, there is Minecraft coming up, guys. Everyone loves some Minecraft. It will be released next week. Time undecided, but next weekend Minecraft will come out. It is a Cobblemon X Stardew mod pack, and that's going to be fun. Also announced, the BPL World Cup 2, hosted by Moon. That is the weekend of the 2nd, so that's that Friday. October 2nd is BPL World Cup, and a whole bunch of signups is out now. And now we have 2 more off-season events being announced today. It is going to be Black Ops 3 Zombies and Left 4 Dead 2, both coming to an off-season tournament near you. Both are weekend tourneys, back-to-back. It will be Munching's Zombies tournament on the weekend of the 18th, and then the Left 4 Dead tournament hosted by Austin called BPL Horde Wars. It will be a team battle for Left 4 Dead 2, and Black Ops Zombies will be a speedrun tourney. That would be the weekend of September 18th, and then the weekend after, the weekend of September 25th. And those signups will come out today. And what is it, Jimmy?
Oh, do you know if the Left 4 Dead one is it just versus or scavenger? So there's 2 different methods of playing.
I think it's coming up to a vote in the sign up form. They will choose
I might
what
vote
game
that then.
Yeah,
because Left 4, like if anyone here has ever played competitive Left 4 Dead, it's actually really, really fun. There's a lot of skill involved, so I might sign up for that.
Yep. And you know what else is next for BPL? The A-League semifinals.
The big break. Oh.
the big break. No,
we had a big
A-League
walk.
lower semifinals. It's happening next. It is Teku's team versus the MVP Cam.
Who's asleep, apparently. So, to be announced for today's show, but we have to find out if they will appear.
Yep, and after that, it is Elvish Soulknife versus Pachisuba. And that is the lower finals, so that means the winner of that goes to the grand finals next week. And so we only have 5 games remaining after today. And those hopefully will be played either during the week or this weekend. So the weekend after that, I mean. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. We're gonna get the BPL is almost over, and I'm so excited.
Yeah. Oh my god, we did it.
We did it, guys. The season survived, guys. The season survived.
No big drama for once. I mean, I jinxed it now. Okay, guys, you still have a week left to start some real big drama.
No. The big drama is me versus Moon. That's the big drama.
All right.
I'm forcing this on
I'll
you.
wait for those mod mails. Oh no.
Can we put
back
the second
to our
game as
old
well?
roots? Who's winning?
I am going for the Bluebird team, Teku.
Alright, Spooky says Caladrius.
Articuno.
Me too, just because Teku made those graphics.
Ooh. Let me look at the rosters here. Ooh, we got Laser.
Are you gonna choose the MVP or are you gonna choose?
I think I gotta choose the MVP. I'm sorry, Teku. You're going down today. It was well fought, but yep.
Can we do the next game?
Oh, do you want to? Yeah, we can do the next game.
Wow, this really is just a pre-show now.
Yeah,
it's a pre-show now. Yeah,
the pre-show.
Live match, and then the predictions are still up. Oh boy. Oh.
Demonetized. Thank you very much.
Oh. Yeah, when are they playing next?
Yeah, you got Pachisuba.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
No. Oh, okay.
I'm going for Elvish so nice.
Elvish Soulknife says Spooky.
Yeah, yes. Staff hates Pachisuba. That's actually so.
Okay, that might be a big drama. Actually, now that you mentioned that, it's in their hands to make drama out of it if they want.
That guy keeps scheduling them at bad times.
I'm going with Pachisuba because if anyone remembers their last game, I think me and Denji were on the desk and we said they have some crazy momentum right now, and I think they're gonna keep it going. I think they can win all of C League. That's my
Yeah,
take.
I'm also going Pachisuba. I think if as long as they have their people show up and they, get their mental together, they'll be
If they
fine.
show up for this instead of their scrims in some other league, then
Andrew,
Yeah.
show up to this instead of Aurora. All right, show up to
Yeah,
this instead of Aurora. Andrew, lock
Aurora is just a regular season win.
guys,
This
I
is
have
I'm
no
a
war
war match. I hate to
quarterfinals.
schedule you.
in. Lock in.
All right. That's it then. Thank you all for watching our award show. We're gonna hand it off to Solomon, and he's gonna have a great time. So hopefully Solomon's watching, and he's gonna cut us off now. Goodbye. Bye.
Woo!
Thanks for
Should I-
voting.
Should I cut us off? Just.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Bad Pachimari League playoffs time. Losers semifinals coming up at you. Caladrius got their work cut out for him against Odin. You already know who I am. I'm Mr. Leapfrog. Join me tonight, Carson. How's it going, brother?
I'm doing pretty good. Excited for the matchup we got ahead of us.
Yeah, obviously, awesome award show. So shout outs to Jimmy, Knock, and of course Spooky for giving us an amazing award show. Saw a lot of familiar faces amongst the accolades that people have received, like the MVPs and stuff. But let's take a look at the actual bracket itself to see the tail of the tape, see how we've gotten here. And you can see a lot of the teams fighting their hearts out. We had a crazy upper finals match last night. I got to cast with Denji. But tonight, we've got the loser semifinals.
Yes. Caladrius and Odin facing off against each other. I believe, have these teams met before? I believe so, if I remember from. But regardless, should be a good matchup. Of course, Odin getting knocked out in the upper semifinals, as well as Caladrius. So they both meet after the upper semifinals, now in the lower semifinals.
Yeah, and kind of a funny, I don't want to say funny, but like kind of like a weird situation for Odin. They had to play against, Amatori in the actual kickoff tournament. They wound up losing to them. They bat out really early on, so I know they want to get their revenge, and they can do that in the loser semifinal or that losers finals. But they got to go through Caladrius first. Same thing with them. I think they were definitely expecting to do a little bit better in the kickoff clash, but you can see based on the season history how the cards have been dealt. You can see Odin, played him a little bit later on and did a little bit better in terms of the actual regular season. And same thing with Caladrius. They are looking pretty solid going into tonight's match.
Yes, they are looking solid indeed. I'm back with a little bit of vengeance. Like both teams coming off pretty big wins. And so, you look at this and you look at Odin. They took two of these matches, or they took three matches, or one of them they were able to win against their next opponent if they're able to win this one. But I mean, I don't know. Who do you got for this one? What's your prediction?
Well, I mean, honestly, I was favoring Odin, so I was genuinely surprised listening to the desk tell us that they were favoring, Caladrius to actually take home the W tonight. I'm still leaning towards Odin. They've got 3 MVP roster, players on their team. You can see with the actual roster itself. Some of the names that we just saw in those awesome graphics, by the way, made by Hannah, Orion, and Tekujin. So shout outs to them for helping us put together an awesome graphic. But the MVPs we were already talking about, Laser, Cam, and Crow, all MVP players on this one stacked roster. So I'm surprised that they didn't lean more heavily towards the Odin team. But I mean, who do you got winning tonight, Carson?
I was about to say, I've got as an Odin here. They got a roll star in all 3 of the rolls. I think they're coming into this strong, and I think they want it. Of course, Caladrius, they've also got a roll star of their own.
Yeah, you can see Cynics leading off the hay for their team. But of course, I already mentioned, big shouts to Tekujin, not only a great graphic designer, but then also awesome tank player. So hopefully they can lead their team to some success tonight.
Success indeed, and it should be a good matchup. I believe we do have our first map pick already in, and it will be Oasis. So no Lijiang Tower for us. I know, unbelievable, but here we are sitting getting to see Oasis in real time.
Yeah, I'm genuinely surprised. I think out of all the matches I've cast, it's literally only been Lijiang for the control map. So the fact that I'm going to see something else, it's kind of mind-boggling, to say the least.
Hopefully it'll be exciting. I think it'll be fun to see a little Oasis. What do you think we're going to see coming out comp-wise as we move over towards that band screen?
Well, I mean, obviously I was expecting to see, Cam stick on the Orisa, and we're going to see a lot of kind of brawly style comps, but with Caladrius already getting rid of the Orisa on their very first ban of the series, gonna maybe see a shift in that. I know Cam does play quite a few characters under their belt, so I'm not too concerned about their composition. I think they're going to play around the same style, right? Just a lot of brawl, just want to get pour a lot of emphasis and focus towards the front line with heavy damage, whether that's the Sigma, the Zarya, the Mauga even. I think Mauga is a really powerful character that people have kind of I don't want to say slept on, but I mean, they definitely don't lean on him as much as they used to, but still is definitely a threat to be worried about.
No, and that's what I was thinking as well. We're going to see a big brawl-heavy matchup, and of course that Orisa ending up being the first ban by Caladrius, and I think that's a smart ban. Take that away. You force them on something else, make them play a little bit of a different brawl style, and then the Pharah coming out from Odin. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that's obviously targeted. They know that one of their players kind of leans heavily onto the flyers. Just want to make sure you kind of keep everything grounded. It does help that, have new additional characters like the Echo that can still stay a little more airborne. And now with the addition of Jetpack Cat, can keep things geared towards aerial assaults. But either way, I think with Pharah's accessibility to just pumping out heavy damage with direct hits with the rockets and added perk bonuses and stuff like that can be a little annoying to deal with. But now you can kind of scratch that, kind of keep your emphasis and focus onto the actual objective itself.
And it should be a fun one, especially flyers are really strong on Oasis. So it is interesting taking away from this. I think we will see an Echo. If they're wanting to play that into that flyer kind of style game. I think Echo, it's one of those characters. I mean, she got one of her perks got changed a little bit. She's got the unlimited ammo in her flight, and it's okay. I haven't really seen many people choosing it over the other perk, which I believe is the more stickies, if I'm correct. That's just a little bit better, I think. But regardless, Echo I think is in a very strong state, and especially to take down some brawl comps.
Of course, yeah. Having access to the beam, I think the focusing beam is definitely one of those underutilized, or I guess underrepresented abilities in the game that can definitely chunk down some, characters that have a lot of survivability, right? When we think of, heavy survivability, a lot of teams have opted for the Mei and the Mauga. So being able to kind of chunk them down a little bit when they get below half HP, and even Ramatra as well. When they kind of hold a block, they still going to have to be, worrisome of getting burned down. So we're going to have to see if Cam can make it work with the Ramatra to start us off here on map number 1.
We will have to see indeed, and this is a little interesting, a little bit of a Ryan gameplay. And especially as of late, I've been starting to see Ryan a lot more. What do you kind of make of that? Because he's kind of been stuck in this odd limbo of the game plays really fast. He can't play as fast as it's moving.
It's
what's the plan?
I was gonna say, I think it's just a matter of if the tank itself actually wants to lean on it. So hopefully we can see Tekujin lean on it to a little bit more. As you can see them already fighting over the right side room, not favoring the high ground yet, especially with Try on the Jetpack Cat. Don't have to worry about the high ground presence for too much longer. You see them already fighting off right away, and you can see them just trying to bait out a wall, not trying to get isolated from the rest of their team. Point is going to be finally unlocked as we started off, and Caladrius, wind up losing Cowboy early, so maybe they can get point control early on, but wind up losing in the process unless they can find some miracle turnaround.
Well, there's a little bit something, but they find Cynics, so maybe they can make something off this, and there's a cat gone as well. Try down Crow with a double kill. That's what you like to see, and so Odin turns that around and finds a nice first cap.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Laser. It was like a Five Nights at Freddy's Foxy jump scare. Reinhardt pitted from out of nowhere, so you got to keep a lookout for the illustrious Reinhardt. And again, with running the Juno, you're definitely still having access to the speed ring to be a little bit more evasive and stuff in terms of the verticality side, or the horizontal side of things. Verticality is still a little left to be desired, but they're still going to try to take that fight right on the choke. And you can see Twisted already building up very close to another Blizzard already. Twisted's been a nuisance on his mate all throughout the playoffs, so definitely got to keep a lookout for those walls as well as the ultimate. You see Tekujin trying to find an opening, trying to get his way in. I don't know how he wound up behind them, but somehow still falling first in this fight, and just a very hectic and weird matchup to start us off.
It is a little bit of a weird matchup. And Tekujin sadly falls there. Cowboy now down as well, and it's kind of a loose fight, and you've thrown these two cats into the mix of it, and tries to do pretty good. Crow also, but Odin just holds on to this. They lose Tekujin so early, they can't really make anything work now, and now he's trying desperately to not get staggered, but I don't know.
Maybe he can take it out. Okay, not too bad. I would say Cam has to back up at that point, so now, Tekujin, working on his Shatter, this could be a big opportunity, but 10 ultimates on the field for the players. I imagine we're going to see a lot of Q being pressed. And we're going to go straight to the Sky Noon to start us off. Teleport being utilized early just to make sure to not get caught out of bounds. Cam just holding block the entire situation. Luckily, Caesar comes out in the nick of time. Still going to get catnapped. Saved at the last second. And Tekujin is actually going to be the one that gets catnapped off the map. Cynics winds up committing the overclock as well. we're just gonna throw everything at the wall and just hope whatever sticks works. And guess what? It's the last fight for Caladrius, so at that point, you might as well spend everything, just get the W, close it out now, and that's exactly what they're gonna do.
A fantastic first couple of fights here from Odin, as we see a little bit of a stall coming out and overclock in the waning moments from Laser, and a nice shot. Once again, I mean, it was pretty much all Odin all over there, and that's so unlucky when those two cats, they clashed with their ultimates, but Crow got the better end of it, and so it knocked Try onto the ground and was able to pull Tekijin off. Just unlucky.
Yeah, and again, that's what I was talking about. When you have access to like that many ultimates, you might as well just start spending them. And I mean, very one-sided map to start us off. But I don't want to point any fingers out here, but it may have to do with some sort of, you know, tank selection. I don't know. What do you think, Carson?
They may have to swap that up if they want to keep this going, especially because, you know, they've shown the Ramattra. I mean, it's just that I'm not going to beat around the bush anymore. It's just kind of impossible to play Ryan at the Ramattra. I mean, not impossible. It's just not fun. It makes the game so much harder than it needs to be for your team. Yeah, but they're going to roll out on it once again, so we'll see.
Yeah, I'll say very miserable. Whenever I see that, I just kind of take a sigh of, you know, a big sigh and just go, I guess I have to go Ramattra too, just match it up. But still, maybe honestly believe they could have just been a positioning thing. Maybe we could take over these power positions like the high ground on this point. Maybe a little bit easier. Cynic's also starting it off, getting rid of Laser right off the bit. So a big chunk of Odin's damage now going to be gone. And you can see Tekijin, unfortunately, just overstaying their welcome, try to pin in, and again, the annoying twisted wall, along with the icicles, in perfect tandem and able to kind of get rid of the Reinhardt. They do get the first, you know, tick of the points, but again, I think they're going to wind up losing this fight momentarily.
You have to stall as long as they can, and once again, Tekijin is staying on this Reinhardt. I mean, he's trying to get as much value as he can. He's getting decent pin angles. Once again, it's just his job becomes so much harder when it's up against Mei Ramattra is too much.
Okay, they're still taking up some percentage, so not too bad. They do lose Cynics, though, so unless Cowboy hits some crazy headshots, not going to be able to turn this fight around. Yeah, Cam recognizes, okay, Hanzo in front of me, just drop a shield, just keep things honest, and just keep it safe. You don't have to do anything risky, especially with the way that Laser and Twist have been playing. Cam doesn't have to do a whole lot. He kind of just have to play his life and not overstep.
Now we do see a little bit of a backline swap up from Caladrius. Shogun will be swapping over to Baptiste, and I don't really know how I feel about that. I don't necessarily know if that's their issue, and Baptiste is kind of in an odd state right now. He's playable, but there's just honestly better options. But we'll see how it works here. But it's Cowboy with the first pick and a nice headshot.
Yeah, that's what we need. That's exactly what I want to see. I want to see some picks happening. A little early on the pulse bomb, but still one of those things. Both DPS are going to work now. And there we go. We finally get rid of that Mei, and I think that's finally going to be point flip for Caladrius. And, you know, despite how unorthodox their comp has been built up, it's been working.
Yes, it has been working. Now they start ticking their way upwards, but Cam, he does sit with that Annihilation. Blizzard as well for Twisted, and so maybe they might be able to get a combo here. It's going to be hard for Tekijin now to really get anything. I mean, they're going to see him try to pin in, try to get a kill, and it is going to be a Blizzard thrown directly behind him. But it's a catnap happening before all that.
Okay, they're going to try to rip him out of the fight. All the while, Dragons happens right onto Cam. Cam kind of isolated by himself, has to pop the Annihilation just to try to survive. And the Immortality Field comes out in nick of time just to kind of keep everybody nice and healthy. And now that Twisted Blizzard come in a little too late for me able to turn things around. And at a big cost from Odin, 2 big ultimates gone.
2 big ultimates and nothing gained from it. Now they make the swap over to the Winston, which is a bit interesting. I feel like the Ramattra was working for the most part. I just think they had a couple of missteps there and just were moving a little bit too slowly, but it's the Winston here, and he'll get himself pinned, and Cleanse is forced. They have to throw Kitsune into this just to sustain.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting down to the wire here. Final few percentages. Laser getting laid out. Absolute melon, dude. I can't believe Tekijin is crazy. Solo shatter onto Laser, shutting down one of our MVPs for the A-League and just showing why he is the GOAT. Tracer Duel has to try to make sure he finds the win. Twisted going down to 1 HP, but get the assist from Try. Alley-oop to be able to close down this first point. You know, Crow just trying to keep the trigger of overtime alive, keeping everybody, you know, getting back to the point. Cam getting kind of low as well.
Not much else. 99%. They've just got leading little touches on the point. Tekijin with a nice little shield bash kill. That's it, or that little vision very often. But, you know, and this is just fleeting time here. Another touch here from Odin, and that should be it. Don't believe anybody's going to get back, and no. So Caladrius finds themselves map 2, and so we'll see a third.
Oh, just like that, I'm back. Just in time, too. That was I was like frozen in fear. I just watched Tekijin about to swing his hammer onto somebody, and then all of a sudden I disappeared. But hey, you know, just when I was pinned, I was about to point the finger and blame a specific tank. He was kind of doing some numbers, definitely making things a little bit easier for their team to kind of get in and out of the fight. Obviously, it also helped that Cynics was going, pretending to be proper for a second. I mean, look at that stat line.
He is looking all over it. And so now they head into this next map, which I think, yeah, they've already made this, so you see it in the little background. They have made the swap off the Rhine. I don't think that would be playable here. And now we'll get to see ourselves a little bit of a Winston duel.
I mean, it's winnable if you cap the point first, but other than that, you have to just hold back the entire time, just play on that opposite side of the pillar. I think that's why a lot of teams opt for the Winston, take control of this high ground, get that early fight win, and then you can pretty much dictate the pacing throughout the entire rest of the point. You're gonna have to find some, you know, lucky picks to start us off, and you know, it does help with Cowboy playing the Hanzo. I think that, you know, having that random pick factor is always a threat in the back of their mind. Tracer forced to recall, Twisted falling super low, but so does Tekujin, unfortunately not able to get there in time to pop the Suzu or for try to kind of keep him alive. And because you lose your tank, that will wind up losing you the point as well.
Yes, and so Odin, they'll get themselves this first cap, and then they'll be able to hold on the high ground, and things become a little bit tougher for Caladrius. See what they can do. They Cowboy over onto the Torbjorn. I don't really know what to make of that, but you know what? I respect it.
Hey, you know what? That's the way you deal with it. It's like a pseudo counter for a couple characters. You deal with the Cam Winston, and you have a turret so you can kind of focus onto the Tracer. So maybe a 2-for-1 deal. Maybe wants to play a little bit slower. But I mean, again, it's a matter of actually getting through the choke. That's the biggest problem when it comes to controlling this point in particular.
But they are going to have to get through late first. Found an early pick there, and well.
You're not wrong. We're definitely seeing this correctly. This is a bona fide Roadhog in playoffs.
You know what? I don't even hate it here. I really don't. I don't even hate it here. Like, you could just kind of force down the Winston, keep just moving him. Yeah, exactly like this. Keep moving him back. Continuously move him back. And it works, and now you're just going to be able to find picks, and he's found one there. Maybe another no hook there for him, but job done.
Yeah,
they're going to be able to get this.
He just aura farmed, walked on the point, and made sure that their team just fully capped it. So now it's a kind of a question mark. Like, does Cam actually try to stick with their Winston pick here, or are they going to try to make a change off of it?
I think he's going to, but honestly, I don't think it's a smart choice, and I think he may realize it a little bit too late. Because, I mean, he's just not going to be able to really do much of anything anymore. And if he is, he's just going to have to play really, really safe as we see him playing that a room on top of point. But, oh, well, there it is. Goodbye.
Yeah, you got to respect the Roadhog hook, man. It's such a quick cooldown as well. So, I mean, even if he winds up missing it, you have a very small window to kind of capitalize and jump onto the Roadhog. So, unless your team is completely ready for it and, like, arced in position, it's going to be hard to punish. So, and I think Caladrius recognized that. I was already talking about how easy it is to hold the point as a Reinhardt when you have the point capped. Just think about it with the Roadhog.
And he does find a pick there. All the ults in the bank for Odin. That's a missed catnap, a fantastic dodge from Laser, and Cowboy is hit by a train.
Yeah, they ripped him into they had a catnap and ripped him into the cars, wound up turning him into roadkill, but gotta be cautious, otherwise you might become the next victim. Teku did try to push everyone to the edge, but narrowly able to escape, and they're gonna be able to equalize in terms of percentage, but they're not gonna be able to hold it for too much longer. Yeah, Cynic's having a recall, has access to a pulse bomb, but they're actually gonna commit to the fight. Stick on the Cam, Pick falls down! What a turnaround, Cowboy and Cynic's just going crazy! Finding pick after pick, Twisted getting rid of Cowboy, so no more Torbjorn. Who counters who in this matchup? But they're willing to stay on the objective because now they're still getting more and more percentage. Tekujin gets back point faster because they have the jetpack cat, so flying back in. And just like that, I did not believe pigs could fly.
No, unbelievable play from Cynics. Get that stick on the Cam, and now it's the swap over to the Mauga, which is going to make Decagen's job just that much harder, and a nice stick from Twisted, but the save is there. Once again, no ults besides that Catnap really in the bank here. The overclock out for Laser as well.
Yeah, Laser's got to go big with this overclock. Not able to find it, but he does get Suzu to nick of time again. Agua going crazy with some amount of support we've been providing, and Cam makes the change over to the Mauga. I already talked about how he has a ton of tanks under his belt. I mean, you saw how strong the Winston was, you saw how strong the Orisa has been throughout the entire season, and now he pulls out the illustrious Mauga, and Tekogen immediately recognizes and matches it up.
We are back to Mauga duels, and you know what? That's okay here. Probably last little fight, depending on how quick Caladrius decides to take this. They're gonna try to face tank this Mauga, and I think that's a little bit of too much use. No. Oh, the slam won't connect. That's so unlucky.
Oh, he gets out. Oh, the save. Try actually saving the Mauga. Cam getting super low. Has to run away. 99 to 99. Final point. Decides his first map. Catnap looking to connect. Gets it onto Cam, ripping him back to the play, but at the cost of Try falling in the meantime. Kitsune comes out, and you know what? The supports are hungry for picks, and they're going to find it left and right. Agua and Crow just absolutely lighting up the kill feed. Cam narrowly able to survive that interaction, but at the cost of Tekogen. That is going to do it for the first map, going to the way of Odin.
Unbelievable finish there from Odin, able to clutch it up. And you know, after the first point, I was a little scared. Caladrius looked like they looked a little disjointed, looked a little bit slower than Odin, but I think we're in for a long series here.
100%. And again, I think Odin's putting the desk kind of shame for their predictions, right? They definitely thought they were going to be able to kind of roll them in this matchup. But again, you're talking about 3 MVP caliber players, and one on each role, and they're definitely showing up. I mean, every single player on the team of Odin looked completely locked in. I mean, it got a little dicey towards the end, but I mean, they were able to capitalize, make the changes they needed to, and just properly took care of business.
Before, you know what's funny is before this matchup, I was thinking to myself, I was like, you know, I have this sneaking feeling we're going to see Hog at some point, and there we did. Across kind of all leagues and all over the place, Hog has kind of been carving out a little spot, which is kind of gross. But it is interesting to see them play there. But I like that Odin was able to deal with it quickly and able to shut it down.
Yeah, definitely not on my bingo card with the amount of crazy comps that we've seen tonight. But I mean, it's one of those things. Sometimes that unexpectedness does pay off. I mean, Cowboy, especially playing an amalgamation of characters. We went from Cassidy to Hanzo to Torbjorn. So I mean, definitely gonna be in for a wild ride tonight. But I think you definitely need to have that when it comes to just the unpredictability factor. And I mean, how often do you scrim against a Hanzo or a Torbjorn?
Not often at all. And so it's kind of nice to see that, you know, Odin was able to deal with it. They're able to take him the distance and end up getting that win in the end. And, you know, if you're Caladrius, what are you thinking about for the next map? What do you want to try to force him onto?
You know, obviously, you know, now the Orisa is going to be in play for the remainder of the series, so you're going to have to worry about the threat of Cam being a little bit more difficult to take down. And I think that was kind of their biggest room for improvement, right? Is being able to capitalize on those vulnerable targets. If they can kind of take down Cam, I mean, you saw that Catnap hit onto Cam and he got isolated like really heavily during that last fight, during that 99 to 99 fight. That could have been the difference maker from the map win in their favor versus to Odin. So if they can kind of anchor down, focus down the targets that they need to kill, could be a different matchup entirely.
No, I think so. And I also sadly think that's probably not the last we're going to see of the Mauga comps either. I think that's definitely something that's going to at least carry on, especially if there's a Orisa played. I feel like the Mauga is one of those things, you know, if they don't want to just match the Orisa or play something like that, and honestly, it also shows I feel like they don't want to play the Ramattra, which would be another one of those tanks. If they're going to play that Orisa, that's something that can match up well and something they could play. I don't think that's what they're going to want to play. They're going to want to move to something else. They're going to want to force them onto something else, but I don't know. Who knows? But we do have our next map pick in.
But of course,
it's Grimm's Row.
It's, you know, you want to. If there's ever a map I've casted more than Li Jiang, it's King's Row.
I know. You know, we had our fun with Oasis though, so it's back to the standard script.
Of course, and you know what? The script is still looking solid. I'm definitely all for it. It's keeping me on the edge of my seat, keeping my wife pissed off, and hear me yell every other fight and interaction. So that's how you know we're in for a long haul tonight. So let's find out what the bans are going to be, because now I'm getting a strong inkling that Amalgam might be the next on the chopping block.
I think that would be a smart ban, especially you move in the King's Row. That is like Brawl City. That's what they're going to play. They're going to play the Orisa, and you're not going to like it. So, you know, maybe take away that Malga, maybe try something like that. But I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know. And, you know, if you're Caladrius, maybe you want to try to force something like a Hazard. Because honestly, and I know, you know, I may get some hate for that, Hazard and Orisa, Hazard right now I just think is very strong. And Hazard and Orisa is honestly unbelievably playable, excuse me, because Hazard can kind of flex into those brawl comps and be pretty effective. So I don't know, it'll allow you to take high ground, allow you to work around, but I don't know, we'll just have to see what they decide to ban. But it is taken out first, which I think is very smart.
Yeah, really smart, because I think at that point you're trying to hinder one of the in a Hanzo ban. Again, Carson, I've been casting Overwatch for a long time, and you know, bans were kind of new to me when they started bringing it into the actual league purposes. Mm-hmm. I've never seen a Hanzo ban ever. This is my first time ever seeing that in my life.
I don't think I have either. That's crazy.
All right, Cowboy, you made a fan of at least one player tonight.
Yes, you did. That is very targeted. And so you know what? If you're Caladrius, you take that any day. You're like, okay, sure, we don't have to play the Hanzo. There are so many other characters we can play that are just as effective.
Yeah, you saw it several times throughout the night. I mean, at least you don't have to worry about the threat of the Jetpack Cat. Obviously targeting, maybe, I think at this point, they're just going to go down the list of each of the MVPs. So they've targeted Cam that first map. The second map, they target Crow. So inevitably, Laser, you're next, buddy. I feel like the push map, if they get first ban, they're going to get rid of that Sojourn.
Ooh, yes, but I will also add Odin. They do sit with a 3-0 record currently on King's Row. So it is a bit of an interesting choice because Caladrius, they only sit at 1-2, and you know, both these teams, they played this in their last matchups, and I believe both ended up winning it. And so, I don't know, you know, maybe Caladrius feels like they're hot on this map, maybe they feel like they've got a strategy that can work. But, you know, going against a team they have not lost in this map yet, that confidence, it does mean something, it really does.
Yeah, well, while their actual match history on this map in particular is not great, it's the one that has the most amount of experience. So at that point, if you're probably screaming it the most, you've actually had some experience playing it in League the most, you're going to want to stick to your comfort zone. So just go with the map you're more comfortable with, and it's going to be this one. You know what to expect, right? There's no more Orisa bans, so you know Cam's going to probably lean on the Orisa. A lot of tight corridors that you can kind of thrive on, you know, fortify, get out of harm's way, and just be a lot difficult to actually take down. So you know what to expect on the tank side of things. You know Laser's going to be sticking probably to their Sojourn here. You just got to find a way to actually counteract and deal with that.
Yeah. And so, you know, talking about more compositional lineups, looking at who do you think we're going to see? Because, of course, Cat is banned now. You think we're going to see some more Lucio?
Maybe the Lucio. I think a lot of the teams favor the Mizuki in this matchup. So they run Kiriko, Mizuki. It's also interchangeable with Lucio as well. So it really does depend on what the actual main support is feeling at that particular moment. I think Crow has historically gone favored more the Mizuki, so they could still do some damage. But, you know, Lucio would not surprise me either.
No, I think especially if you're starting out the attack, you may want to take Lucio, speed your Orisa around, work from there. But I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm excited to get it started because these guys are looking neck and neck. I mean, you saw that first map. I mean, sure, the first point was looking a little one-sided, but I mean, towards the end, it was a 99-99 overtime draw to figure out who is going to take that first map. So I feel like Kings Row, especially the way we've seen it throughout the entire playoffs across all the leagues, it's been like very crazy, very hectic. I mean, last night even, Amatori had like this ginormous 5-minute time bank going into the last point, and they whittled it down to overtime. So anything's possible. I'm not leaving anything up to chance.
No, nothing at all. And into the map we go. I think it'd be interesting to see what Kotze decided to pull out here. And just like I said, they are going to show that Hazard on the defense. I think that's a very smart pick. I think that's something. Hazard is just, he's strong, he's versatile, and he's something that can work around the Orisa and not just have to face it down and work from there.
Right, it's one of the few tanks that you don't have to just blatantly fight right in his face. He's got some really high mobility with his dash. He's, you know, one of the few tanks that actually scale walls by themselves without the need of a cooldown. So definitely trying to utilize the mobility in this matchup. I personally love Hazard. I'm surprised we're not seeing it more often throughout the series on any of the leagues, but you know what? Cynics knows ball. I mean, he's been one hell of a tracer, so let's see if we can make it happen on the Hazard instead. So here we go for map number 2. Odin looking prepared to win.
Yes, they are out on that Orisa comp, and they'll look to wrap around statue and start things and try to force point here early. So again, if you're Cynics, you've got to ignore this Orisa and move on past them, start working your way towards statue as well. But we'll see what Odin can get done.
Oh, and this is a great start. Yeah, you lose one of your supports, and now it's just all up to the Shoguns and Yada. But it doesn't matter when Cynics gets 2 picks themselves. Unbelievable start. And again, Cynics, you know, typically we see them on the DPS, but guess what? Hazard, just a glorified DPS player. I mean, just absolutely laying down cover fire and just, look at that. The only person on this kill feed has been Cynics. I thought he was supposed to be the tank this match.
Oh, but he's nasty on the Hazard, clearly. And let's hope we can do that. Already up to 53% on that ult charge, and Shogun on this Zen. That is going to be so hard for Odin to deal with, because, I mean, it makes them have to clear high ground. You know, they can't just force point here, or that Zen is going to tear them to shreds. Let's see if they can work their way up there and get it done.
It's hard too, because you have to worry about the Pharah. Pharah has access to the concussive blast, so at that point you try to, you know, take the high ground. You get booped off either by Cynics or by the Pharah, so you got to be real cautious how you make the approach. They got the Lucio accessible for, you know, by Crows, so they can kind of get to it quickly. They finally clear the high ground, and now they're making their push onto the point. They're gonna go over to the Zenyatta, but guess what? Shogun does have access to Transcendence. Not gonna pull the trigger, man. I would have definitely pulled it like a minute earlier, just to make sure I don't get put into a precarious situation. But still, an opportunity for Caladrius, because they still have people alive. They have Cynics, they have Mackchuck still, kicking. Maybe they can find a way to recontest.
Oh, and I think they will here. That's a good Mayball from Twisted, but I mean, just not going to do too much against Cynics on the Hazard. He falls so low, the downpour will come out, won't connect with anybody, and there's the Transcendence.
Okay, but Cam popping Terror Surge in the middle of it, just trying to make sure he chunk down people. Bean Can getting rid of Crow, so a big chunk of the healing is going to be gone. Cowboy looking for the high noon, not going to connect on the spear, and Cowboy just going to hold the trigger as long as he can, but unfortunately Cam has so many resources that can keep him alive in that instance. The Fortify, the Twirl, Mack Truck still alive and kicking. They get the 2 picks they need, but they wind up seeing the point, so they're going to be able to win the fight, but not going to be able to win the point.
Literally every ult in the game was popped in that fight except for the high noon and beat on the side of Odin. that was the most Overwatch fight of all time. But once again, I think a lot of them committed a lot later than they needed to be from Caladrius. They thought they had that, and they kind of just walked off point chasing the last little kills of Odin. I think they definitely, if they would have just anchored down and held it down, they probably could have stalled that out and been able to win that. But that's not the story we have here today, and so point will be moving forward.
Yeah, hindsight 2020. It should have done this, should have done that. Pro popping the beat. Should have done it. Should have had a beat on your side for Caladrius, because guess what? They wind up falling. Cowboy falls. Shogun falling dangerously low himself. Narrowly able to survive with Bean Can, and actually Twisted walling themselves off. Very rare situation. You don't see the Mei typically get themselves in a precarious situation. Typically it's the tank that winds up falling down early on. Cam still have access to a lot of his abilities. He's got Spear now, so now he can just keep fighting, keep playing that up close and personal brawl with the Hazard. The high noon from Laser just to push everyone back, getting rid of his Cassidy counterpart. And guess what? Cynic's looking to drop the downpour on their heads.
And he's almost got it, and that's going to be their big X factor here in this fight as they're approaching that checkpoint. Cammy does have the Terror Surge as well, and there he's going to throw it in.
Oh my gosh, Terror Surge! No connection. Actually gets Crow at the very tail end of that ultimate. Winds up killing the Lucio, but Cynics falls in the process, and now Mackchuck has access to a far run and immediately shut down by Laser. just blasting away the composition. And just like that, that's going to be this second point going in favor of Odin.
They do find that checkpoint. 342 is what they're going to be working with here. They're going to have a Kitsune Rush of their own, but Caladrius, they've got a couple of options to deal with it. They can throw in a Kitsune Rush of their own, which is what we'll most likely see, but you know, they've also got that Transcendence if they just want to hard rush it down and try to work with that. It's a little bit harder of a strategy, but it can work if you want to save your Kitsune Rush for something else.
Yeah. And I mean, we have a couple ultimates on the side of Caladrius, so I would have loved to see them try to utilize it in a manner where it's going to burn the clock, right? Because again, 3 minutes on the time bank for Odin, so they could lose Twisted, they could lose a couple fights here and there, and they're still going to have enough time to kind of push it into the golden box of victory. But again, you don't want to spend all of your resources in this one fight.
No. We do see a swap from Cynics. He will move over to this Zarya. I think that's a smart choice, especially here on third point. The Hazard, it kind of loses all of its variability here on third point, because this is a very much just hold it down and run it. And there's a high noon from Laser.
Woo, right. Yeah, the Cassie High Noon in tandem with the Kitsune Rush. But Cynics, I mean, winds up cleaning up the rest of the competition. Yeah, not going to leave a whole lot on that plate.
No, a messy fight there. Odin, they pop that Kitsune Rush as well into Caladrius' Kitsune Rush. The High Noons popped up from either side. The Cowboy, his coming a little bit later. But Odin was going to be a little more aggressive with the plays they had there. They kind of just stalled out on the point because they lost him because Cam pretty early on into that. But I don't know. Yeah. Still, they've got that artillery piece ready to go in the Transcendence in the pocket.
Okay. That's nothing crazier than that. Like a sneaky golem in the pocket, last second Transcendence, able to keep their team alive, and Cam falls in the process. Yeah, that's something Cam's been doing pretty consistently, and I think Caladrius is catching on. They saw the last time. What did he do, Carson? He immediately saw the Transcendent and goes, the moment they try to run away when Transcendent ends, I'm going to Terra Surge, but just got chunked down too quickly.
No, they're not going to let it happen that time. And so he does, of course, he does still have the Terra Surge, and so he's going to be looking to throw that in here, but Cynics, he's got to grab his own, and out comes the artillery piece towards the beginning angle of this fight, and that's a good wall.
Ooh, okay, Terra Surge. Oh, the ground, meaning absolutely nothing to Cynics, saying, you're not stuck in here with me, I'm stuck in here with you. A huge Terra Surge from Cam, showing why he's one of the MVPs out here. Just a few more meters to be able to close it down. I don't think they have anybody left to contest, and that minute on the time bank is huge for Odin.
No, that is gigantic, and what a messy little last fight there. I think Caladrius thought they were like, oh, we can just ignore this. We'll burn the rest of the team down that caught the grab, because what did they catch with the grab? I think 3 members from the side of Odin. It was a pretty big grab, but just couldn't get it done in the end. The Terra Surge locking them off, and just nothing. Lights out. And so
it was one of those things. So it was a tandem of ultimates, right? You were trying to pair up the artillery strike with the grab, and it was perfectly timed because you'd have to do it early because it takes some time to get lined up in terms of aiming and stuff like that. But Cam perfectly timed his twirl to kind of negate that grab from coming out early. So at that point, he had to wait for the twirl to go away, and by that time, Cowboy had to just kind of, Mac had to just drop all the artillery strikes off site, and at that point, Noct was able to survive with the Suzu. Just again, perfect spacing, perfect timing from Odin, and it shows why they're so successful on King's Row.
Yes, of course, there are 3 roll stars showing up there. I was frozen for a second, but I'm back. So regardless of what I was saying, they are going to show this Hazard once again in the attack, and I think this is honestly where the Hazard's going to shine. It's good on the defense. It's versatile, but I think this is going to be where it's shining. They're going to be able to take high ground quick. I don't know about keeping the Zenyatta on the attack. I think you honestly probably should swap to something a little more that can move with your team, but play that Lucio if you want to. Honestly, play the Mizuki either. I mean, it can work, but
I mean, he'll get the levitate perk when it's like, I think it's like the major one, right? So I mean, he can float over, maybe.
And that I would love to see. I actually always take that perk. I think it's a lot better than the other one. It's lifesteal, and the other one's just not enough. But it's a nice first pick from Cam, and there he goes.
Yeah, that's the fear that you and me were both worried about. And yeah, Cynics unfortunately going to be quickly following behind Shogun. And that's something that they're going to have to kind of anchor down. I mean, sure, what you're sacrificing in the sustainability, you're making up for in pick potential, right? With the charged up shots and the Discord. So
It's a bit of a mess. And they have to be versatile with this comp. They have to be able to jump on who they want, and Cowboy now onto this Emre to try to help out Shogun best he can. So they're kind of splitting into a 3-2, but that's a Maywall, and goodbye Cynics.
Yeah, and that's where you have to, like, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of spaces you can go with when you're playing the Hazard. Like, you have to go into that room to kind of clear it out to let your team get onto point, get through choke safely. It's kind of difficult, but, it's got to get done. And if you're not, paying attention to where that May is located, the May wall will chunk you down. I mean, you want to talk about some damage. Look at Laser already working on a high noon here. So Nactro can't even stay too high up in the sky, otherwise at risk of getting blown up.
It's a beautiful play, or a composition, from Odin, the way they're playing this thing, they're foregoing high ground pretty much completely. They say, okay, you want to play the Hazard, you want to try to take high ground? Okay, we're just not going to play. We're just going to brawl down below and take somebody out before you can even get to us. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Yep. And just a quick Kitsune rush from Noctara as well, just to make sure he closed down the last few players on their side. And again, positioning I think is going to be super important for their players. And that's why you're not seeing these random picks on the side of Caladrius, because the way that they're playing, in this left room and on the high ground, just making sure they're staying at a safe spot.
Yeah, and they're playing this kind of messy 2-3 split. See how much that can work as they do finally start to work towards some of those ultimates. We've got a barrage from Mac, of course, and that Transcendence. Almost nice skill there, but nothing can come of it. Plays with the Spine, I think he's going to be deadly in this fight, and there's the Kitsune thrown in.
Oh, barrage comes down, but not quick enough. They get the downpour, but it's already too late. Everybody winds up falling and just having to run for the hills. And then as Laser telling them what time it was, and it's go time for their team. Cynics, unfortunately, has to just watch his entire team fall around him. Maybe they can get a consolation prize with Noctara, but no, they're too elusive. And again, now we're getting a little worrisome, coming down to the final minute for Caladrius to get this first point.
The problem there finally is the swap. But they have to swap with this comp, and honestly, they should have gotten Shogun off of the Zenyatta, but maybe they got something up their sleeve. Maybe they're thinking of something that I'm not. I mean, they've got the override protocol, but it's just going to be impossible for Cynics to get much done here, as that Blizzard is just going to be directed right at it.
Oh boy, and the stalking continues. Immortality Field comes out just to kind of keep their team alive just for a moment longer, but this is fine. You lose that fight, it was maybe, 20 seconds? That's completely fine. You bait out an ultimate from Twisted, but now you have to worry about the next ultimate, the Laser ult. You got that in tandem with the Kitsune Rush. Something that Cowboy has to pay attention to. He can't fly too high up in the sky. He has to play a little bit safer when dealing with the Cassidy. And, I mean, I would hope you try to get one of those picks. If we can get an early pick before we pop System Override, maybe you can find an opening.
And Shogun's got to get to this Transcendence. They have to have it for the Kitsune Rush, and now out comes the Override.
Yep, and here goes High Noon in retaliation quickly. Bane winds up falling. They have to pop Transcendence. Final few seconds. They wind up losing Twist in the meantime. And Cam just twirling everybody off the point. Forcing the C9 and a 2-0 lead for Odin. Heartbreak for Caladrius. They finally get the pick they needed. They got rid of Twisted. The May got... Oh, that's so heartbreaking for them.
Well, that is so heartbreaking, and what a masterclass of defense, I must say, from Odin. The way they played that perfectly. Ignore high ground. That is the most Hazard kill ever, by the way. Ignore high ground. Play around either hotel or around statue. Ignore it. Run at somebody in the back line like that Zenyatta and just ignore the Hazard. It works perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's where the Pharah and like the system over the protocol override like really thrives in this matchup, right? When everybody's kind of clumped together or kind of pushed into a certain little corridor or spot, but the way that Odin was positioned, they didn't have to worry about that. They kind of scattered themselves amongst the point, so Mac was just not able to get as much value as you were expecting with the Pharah. I know they like to lean on it a whole lot, and you saw it getting picked apart. Laser having access to the High Noon at the perfect times, and this point right here, I mean, this was just heartbreaking for Caladrius because they spent everything in that fight to try to win it, and they got nothing off of it.
No, they got absolutely nothing, and didn't even get the touch afterwards, booped off of. So it left Odin with a minute, a little demoralized, and then just moving into attack, they try to roll down this Hazard comp once again. Just not enough, and they make the swap still too little, too late.
Yeah, and that's where I get kind of worrisome here because now, I mean, we've already discussed. Yeah, look at this the 4C9 from Cam. That's what's crazy is that Cam recognized that they were desperate. They had to just run onto point. Not only am I going to twirl them, but the moment they get past me, I'm just going to rip them back towards me with the Terra Surge. So great usage of all of his utility, including his ultimate.
Beautiful usage. And just talking about, once again, it's not too often you get to see a Zenyatta in a comp either. And I like that they were able to make it work a little bit on the defense. It's, once again, like I say, it's just a little harder to play in the attack in the way that they were trying to get things done. But I think it's interesting they're able to make it work. And honestly, I think that could be, if they can move into a better map more suited for a Zenyatta, which, once again, who knows what that could be. Like, really, it is something that can take down the Orisa and kind of force her into check.
Yeah, so hopefully we can figure out something that can kind of turn this match around. We're going to go over to a short little break, and when we get back, we're going to go straight into map number 3 for them. They have a chance to bring it back. The reverse sweep is still on the table, but Odin looking dominant, looking at their top conditions. So let's see if they can close it out here with a clean 3-0. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, after our short little break. Back with Caladrius versus Odin, and Odin sitting up 2-0 right now. Caladrius kind of with their backs against the wall. Can they get it together? What are your thoughts, Mr. Leapfrog?
Yeah, again, I think it's going to be a tough road, considering that we've spent all of our most important bans. I think the imperative bans very early on in the series. We've already gotten rid of the Orisa. We've already gotten rid of the Jetpack Cat. So hopefully we can try to target ban towards Laser this next match. But I mean, as you've seen, he doesn't lean on just one DPS in totality. He was carrying a little bit earlier on with the Sojourn. He made that change over the Cassidy, and those high noons typically don't see a whole lot of value or success, but he's been making it work.
No, he's had perfect timing with them. But we do have our map pick in, and it will be Runasapi. So we will get to see a little bit of push as our next point. I think this is a pretty good pick. Runasapi is... Honestly, this is just a push thing in general. Most of the maps are very versatile. You can kind of run whatever you want on them and make it work. You know, if you've got a good comp down, you've got good teamwork, you can kind of make it work on the push maps. So I look forward to seeing what they can get done here on Runasapi.
Yeah, if they get, I think they get first ban selection as well. So at this point, I think they're going to try to save Cynics. Oh, wow. They're going to ban the Kiriko. I'm surprised about this. I thought we were going to try to save the Tracer because, in all honesty, I think Odin's just going to get rid of Tracer because Cynics, I think, is going to probably go back to DPS this map. And no, we're going to ban the Shion. I don't know anything. Okay.
Okay, interesting. I really, really, really like this Kiriko ban. I think because a lot of, I mean, you know, it's Kiriko. A lot of teams, it is the crutch. Actually, I won't say a lot of teams, just every team. It is the flex support, and you just give it a thumbs up and say, okay, not much else kind of can rise up to the occasion that Kiriko can. But this kind of forces teams to show what else they have worked on, show what else they've got in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, if there's ever a team comp you're building, you usually start with a support line that involves a Kiriko of some degree.
Yep.
So now that you don't have that to your disposal, maybe it can make Cam a little bit easier to get rid of. I'm surprised because, again, I thought Cynics has been doing amazing on the side of Caladrius when he goes onto any role. I mean, he did awesome work on the Hazard, you know, started off on King's Row, and that first map he was doing some numbers playing that Tracer. So I thought Odin would try to recognize that and get rid of it. On a push map in particular, that's like a Tracer's playground.
Yes, it is. And so I think we're definitely going to see some Cynics Tracer here, as in even the Runasapi. But I don't know. It'll be interesting because I think the Shion is also a good ban because, once again, Shion is strong. I mean, she sits in a role that can kind of pretty easily check Tracer if they can run that flank position if you can get a hold of the character. But I don't know. Taking it away from this, it's probably just going to force a Tracer duel, and that's just going to be that. We're going to have to be happy with it.
Okay. And you know what? Honestly, Cynics was almost winning that matchup. He's had a little bit of assist coming in occasionally from Tri, and now Jetpack Cat's going to be back on the field, so Tri and Crow are going to be in their comfort zone. So definitely going to be prepared to see a lot of picks going both ways for the teams.
Yes, and it'll be interesting to see what they decide to roll out here on the Runasapi. And it will be Tegajin showing a Domina? Surely not. That would be an interesting little comp they decide to play. Yeah, that's more like it. They want to move towards this brawl. And, you know, Domina can be thrown into a brawl role, much as we figured out as of late, or well, not as of late, more of just kind of as Overwatch 2 kind of started its reign and no longer Overwatch 2. They kind of flexed that Sigma into that brawl role. And so Domina can take that over, but it will be the Rhine is what we'll roll out on.
Okay, we're going to try to bring it back here. Caladrius facing elimination. This is loser side of the playoffs bracket, so has to be a reverse sweep or your run will be over. So let's see if they can bring it back. And again, I already talked about going to be the matching cats for Crow and Tri. Shogun back onto the Baptiste. Teku again going for the Reinhardt. So definitely wants to show off its prowess with that. And now with no Suzu to kind of keep them alive. And that's what I was kind of worried about too. When you run this Ana or the Zenyatta, a very glass cannon type of support. So you are definitely in fear. If this Ana goes down, your whole team falls apart.
I think it's interesting because I honestly, I'm not even the first to say this probably, but Ana is kind of in a awful state right now because, you know, everybody's got movement abilities. The game moves very, very fast right now, and Ana's kind of just been left behind in the dust. So I think it's going to be really, really hard for them to play. It's just Cynics on the harassment.
Yeah, that's exactly why you're going to struggle, right? You have players like Cynics on the prowl the entire time, so not going to be able to survive for too much longer while he is alive and kicking on the field. And again, Cowboy going for the Hanzo. So now it's another thing. If Odin really is afraid of this Hanzo pick, they're going to have to deal with it for the remainder of the series.
I think, oh man, I think they just got this Ana. I mean, you can even look at the percentages. 39%, working up to 40 is just kind of nothing here. Cam swap over the ball. I think this may be able to work a little better. Maybe you can play this kind of heal a little bit better, but there it is again. Cynics with the first pick once again.
Oh, Cowboy barely able to survive in that, but now stuck in the corner with the addition of the disruptive shot. Just complete domination for Cam. And I mean, I know he was joking about putting in the chat earlier about him having to play Reese and all that, but dude, nobody forced you to go Wrecking Ball. That was your own decision.
That is so true. With now Odin, they get some progress of their own, and you know they sit close. They're close to these mines. They're going to have that overclock as well as the pulse bomb to throw into the mix. Let's see what they can go here. They're going to have to take out this Baptiste early, I think, if they want to start getting something working here. Does have that window at the ready.
Yeah, already hunting for them. Just trying to find an isolated target, right? And you kind of boop them out. Maybe let Twisted go to work. Laser falling to Cowboy. And you know what? That swap back over to the Cassie, I think this is great because now you have a deterrent for both the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball. Definitely got to keep a lookout for him. And guess what? You're playing hit scan, so now Crow can't fly anywhere endlessly. Getting stuck by Pulse Bomb, no Suzu in sight because there's the ban and there's no Immortality Field that comes out. You shatter the Cam, but guess what? His massive health pool is not going to be enough to wind up dying in there. Can't pin him off the map either, so forcing him back. But, you know, the benefit is Caladrius does have the checkpoint, so now they can actually extend this lead even further.
Completely ignoring Laser behind, and honestly, gonna have to rotate back around, but he does have that overclock in his back pocket, and Odin, they hold on to this nano. Need it here, because like you said, this checkpoint now moving on, and a nice rail shot on the Shogun.
Okay, they actually lose Cam though, so this is bad for Odin. They're not going to have anybody to contest this point. I mean, I guess they wind up losing Shogun, so Ryan can't stay super into the fight. He's going to have to back up at some point unless he feels super confident. Doesn't have shatter or anything, and he's going to just hit in. What is going on? The confidence of this man, it's still just the aura that he has. It's just keeping him alive, keeping him nice and healthy, but not for too much longer.
Maniac behavior, and yeah, he's just on a little island now. Mines thrown in from Cam. Honestly, not sure if they really needed it, but regardless, that will do. And so they get to move the bot away, but once again, so much progress from Caladrius. 84 meters to the 12 that Odin have here. This is going to be 2 to 3 fights to even get to the same point that Caladrius has now.
Yeah, just to get the checkpoint, just to get to the checkpoint, let alone try to actually unlock it. Oh, Teku didn't again starting off. And I was confused why he didn't try to make a backing up and walks into the Sky Nude again. Cowboy, again, just going crazy on this DPS. Helping them get another fight win. It wasn't a huge pick, but it's enough to kind of deter them from being able to contest this point. So now, if Twisted or Cam try to go to this point, you have to worry about the Cassidy flashbang immediately shutting down your movement.
No, and Odin, they're still holding on to their nano. They have yet to really throw on to anybody, and yeah, what the heck? That little Cat Ryan action is Cynics and Cowboy. Find one each.
Oh my gosh. I was trying to look at the objective, and I do like a Willem Dafoe meme, and I start looking up, and I see a Reinhardt flying through the sky. So this dude is just going absolute crazy and just playing with the utmost confidence. And that's what you need to do when you're playing tank, on any tank for that matter. But Reinhardt especially, you have to establish your aura farm dominance. Oh,
That's thrown in.
And the nano, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but the nano onto the overclock is just going to be deterrence for sure. Yeah, overcharge, overclock, while you have nano. I mean, that's a one-shot body shot.
Hey, good night. That is pretty much all they needed. And so they start the bot moving the other way, but once again, it's just more progress for Caladrius. 111 meters is what they've gotten to. Kind of approaching a ridiculous, impossible territory for Odin, and there's a shatter down on the laser.
Is he gonna die? Yeah, winds up falling, and they try to even catnap. That's unfortunate. Their team tried to peel for him, but I mean, again, without Suzu to kind of give you that invulnerability, it's almost impossible to get somebody out in that instance. And then they used resources. They even ulted. So you can't sit there and say, my supports, where were they? They tried, man. They tried to get you.
They did try. And once again, finally, there's the swap off of the Ana. Naktara onto the Moira. All right.
I'm not gonna lie, Carson, we might see every single hero tonight. I didn't think we'd ever see a
We're trying.
I didn't think we'd see a Moira, so we just need a Lifeweaver, Mercy, and maybe a Freya, and then we'll actually get every character selected tonight's match.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it is kind of crazy. Tekajin, he does fall here, and so Odin, they do get a hold of themselves, and I like this Moira swap. It you know, once again, it's just the thought process of who do we want to play instead of the Ana, or instead of the Ana. You know, we don't have Kiriko available. You know, you can go BAP. I think BAP honestly probably would have been a good pick here, but they want to play this Diva, and the Moira can play really well with the Diva. Allows me to gain that movement forward and help out Cam.
I think it's a combination of that, and I think Cynics is being the nuisance, right? He's been consistently diving Naktara, and how do you deal with that? You just fade out of existence and hope to God your team can come heal for you. But Cowboy actually getting focused down. Immortality Field had to be used. I mean, they can wind up winning this fight, but look at Tekken again, just taking the bot away. They can win this fight, but it's not going to matter. Catnap onto Cam, no tank, and they actually might even win this fight. No, they're not going to be able to win it, and you see Crow just desperately trying to contest this bot while their team is fighting along. And look at that, the Tracer duel as well.
Look how far he got it. Look how far he got it. That's insane! That negates that fight. That completely negates that fight they won. They're going to be meeting at mid once again.
I mean, you say win, that's a quote-unquote win. Put a little asterisk next to it, because, I mean, they won it, but they still have to push this bot back. And with only 2 minutes left, they still have a 100-meter lead. They need to start winning consecutive fights, and they need to keep control of this point. Laser going straight to the high, the Castian, and you see Tekojin starting to try to snipe him out of the sky. These guys are just playing like a fire lit underneath them, and guess what? They are facing elimination, so they definitely need to keep playing like this. Tekojin having access to a shatter. I don't think they're going to try to use it, but they are using the window. The Coalescence just trying to keep Cam alive. And the fight is getting super scattered right now. They're not going to be able to survive through the window, and somehow, some way, they've managed to scramble and win that fight. With only a minute left, though, Carson, they are looking bleak.
No, there's not much time at all. Caladrius, they've got the shatter once again, and Tekajin, he has not missed so far, I think, at all when he's been playing Reinhardt. All of his shatters have landed on at least somebody. Now, half of them have been solo shatters, yes, but you know how it is. And they will have that Sky Moon available.
Oh, Twisted! Not expecting, gotta look up there, buddy! Shatter goes connected, and Naktara on the target board again. It doesn't matter, you could play Moira, you could play Ana, you could play whatever, you're gonna be target number one. And just like that, another fight win going to Caladrius. You know, silver lining, Odin did get that much closer to the checkpoint, but they still have to get the checkpoint.
No, they haven't even made it to checkpoint, and Caladrius now just gets to take a leisurely stroll down the progress they've already made. And then, you know, Odin, they do have this catnap available, and this right here would be the point to use it. You got to use it early here on in this fight. They have a pulse bomb as well, and the bomb available for the reset, but not really much to work with.
Why is Shogun on Moira now? What is going on? This is wild. I don't get it. Moira! What's up there? Moira falls! Laser is gonna fall to the Reinhardt as well! Tekojin is still alive, still healthy! He's got the stun too! I am just shook.
No, and that's what I think is so fun about when teams ban Kiriko, and I think is honestly kind of exposing a little bit of Odin's weaknesses here is they kind of have a Kiriko crutch, it seems. They struggle without this Kiriko on what to play and really to make anything work here. Overtime. Picking down, they barely get the touch. The catnap, it has to be thrown in to get the touch.
Oh, Twisted, almost getting pinned, has to recall back, but you see Tekojin hitting these crazy 180 fire strikes, And you know what? Finally, Odin's going to get some traction. They're going to be able to get this checkpoint here because, as we know, the overtime pushes in push go very extended. The spawns get really long. But again, that's the only downside here is they still have to get that butt scratch. They have to stop just for a moment, let the bot kind of take a moment off, and that's going to give Caladrius more than enough time to regroup.
Laser, he'll try to pop this artillery piece a little bit early here, and that's kind of what you got to do in the mid of this fight, try to find somebody out, but not even hit anybody, and that's a shatter into a cat.
Save me! Save me! No, it's not gonna happen. Try. Couldn't catch him in time. And again, that's good though, because guess what? They had to use that ultimate just to get the checkpoint. So they had wind up baiting out the artillery strike and the catnap. So they have an opportunity to still get some extra traction, but they're still down over 50 meters. It's slowly creeping, but now, how do we make this coalescence work on the side from Shogun?
You're gonna have to get aggressive with it, and here they go. They pop it, and Candy's so low, they have to use it entirely on Cam pretty much. He does find a nice kill, but it's trades all over the place. Tekijin standing tall on point, finally getting that D-Mech he's looking for. And all that's left is the cat, and they find themselves the win.
Okay, you know what? Every journey, Carson, begins with a single step, and that reverse sweep could start right now.
And that was, what a way to start it too, by the way. And I think Caladrius kind of exposed a big major weak point that Odin's got. They do have that Kiriko clutch. They played like a different team without that Kiriko. They played like a different team here. They played slower. They played a lot more scared. And, you know, towards the end there, they started to play a little bit how we've seen them throughout these first two games, but just not enough. Too little, too late.
Yeah, and you know, I don't want to say certain teams crutch on characters or whatnot. However, Carson, you did point out an important factor. I think they have a little bit of a gap when it comes to like how they want to try to defend their team. And if they can kind of catch a particular player, either both out of position or just consistently pester them to the point where they feel like they have to change their whole team composition just to focus in and keep that one particular player alive, may start to get a little hectic, right? And that's the perfect spot they like to play at. The Caladrius team definitely thrive on that uncomfortable spot where everybody's scrambling, everybody's trying to take these random ones, and they thrive off that. Cynics, again, just been putting up some monster numbers on the Tracer. Same thing, Cowboy just getting these early picks all alone. Yeah, you see right here, I mean, just absolutely unaware of his surroundings and just getting blown up by a flying Cassidy.
Yeah, now Cowboy looked on another level this game. He was allowed to really let the Cassidy shine, and shine it did. And they were able to get themselves the win. And so now, you know, they've got that one win. No reverse sweep until they can maybe start working towards a reverse sweep of their own. Maybe working towards another win after that, and find themselves in a fantastic position.
And you know what? The momentum, it's like a pendulum swing. I try to warn people, like when you get that one map win, you may be telling your team, it's no big deal, it's nothing. But then if they get a taste of that second map win, if they get a couple of Volt wins, oh man, it starts to slip away from your grip. And again, Tekojin is starting to feel himself a little bit on that Reinhardt. So could it be the time to pull out the Rein band just to make sure we, you know, put that to bed, close out the series now? Don't know.
And what a band that would be. Which, you know, if you are Caladrius, you know, it is Odin's pick, of course. They can pick whatever map they want, and, you know, they're going to pick something very Brawl heavy. They're going to try to get things back to the basics. They get their Kiriko back now, so they can play back into that. They can play with their Orisa. If you're Caladrius, who are you going to try to ban here to try to shut this down?
You know, again, I think Reinhardt is definitely on the table for the actual bans themselves, because again, Tekojin was looking like a completely different tank player. He was looking so confident and doing some things you wouldn't normally see in a tank player. And normally I would see that if you were like a Wrecking Ball or like a Winston or some sort of divey style tank. But to do that on the Reinhardt just tells me that you are just completely ignoring the fact that your competitors are afraid of you and just going to try to steamroll them. Oh, yeah, there it is.
There it is. Oh, that's so funny. And we do have the map in as well. It will be a Saravasa, I believe. Yes, and so we will be headed to a flashpoint. And there, May ban. I love that, actually.
Yeah, Carson, I'm not gonna lie. I was geeking out, and I saw that May ban come in, and that's a great pick.
And actually, that is exactly what they needed to pick. You know, you take away a lot of that versatility from that brawl comp. You know, you can't lock off the tank anymore now, and so it allows excuse me, having a heart attack here, but it allows them to be a lot more versatile in what they can do. It allows them to walk forward, actually not be, oh my god, are we gonna get Maywalled, and kind of just shake and chatter. But I don't know.
Honestly, I'm worried if I'm Odin, because I mean we've seen them slip a couple 2-0 leads in the past. I know they're going to be dwelling on it, on those past and previous matches. You kind of need to have a goldfish memory when it comes to that, and just say, you know what, that's in the past. Brand new series. We're banning their comfort picks. We close it out now. And that's what I think they have to just lean on and just play confidently. Because again, if they let their opposition get too comfortable, may turn into a series out of their control.
Yes. And so this first point, honestly, is going to decide a lot, probably, of what happens here in this point. And, they've tried the Hazard. They've tried things to counter this Orisa, or match the Orisa, honestly, not even counter, to match the Orisa on that tank front. They've tried the Hazard. They don't have the Rhine anymore. Maybe they want to swap over, move over to something to a D.Va. I don't necessarily know what Tekkagen's tank pool looks like, but honestly, you want to play something like a D.Va, move into something like that, it could be kind of nasty.
I like how Tekkagen just puts in the Twitch chat, he just puts fear, period. That's why they banned the Rhine. They're scared. and rightfully, he's right. He is not wrong. So you need to make sure that you lean on that, because think about it here, Carson. If you win this next map, Reinhardt's no longer a ban. That's it. So you have to close out the series here and now. Cam looks like he's still going to stick it out onto the Orisa just to feel that, go back to their winning ways.
Go back to the winning ways. They want to get things back to the basics of what was working before. And so we'll see a similar comp from them that we've seen pretty much all game. And, honestly, I think the sneaky pick here, or the sneaky thing to watch here, is going to be that Hanzo from Cowboy once again. He's been able to get amazing value that you really don't see anybody else get on Hanzo, and that's why he's kind of not played at levels like this. But he has been getting crazy value and been able to make it work.
Yeah, I'm a big Hanzo enjoyer myself. I'm still hard stuck Emerald, but I still see the value behind it. So it's one of those things that you can find a pick onto the squishies, and again, it's a pick potential. There's only one other character. It's the Widowmaker. So having a character that has a little bit higher mobility, a little bit higher damage potential as well with the Storm Arrows could, give him an opportunity for success. So let's see if Cynics can help tandem with that and get some picks. Cowboy looking for an opener. You see Twisted Force to recall, getting super low, winds up going to fall, but no, it's actually going to be, nice headshot from Cowboy, and he wants more. Laser gets rid of Try, so now it's going to be solo heals from Shogun, but not a bad solo heals to have it with the Baptiste, but now you have to do it with Zero, and you know what, Tekkagen immediately falls quickly thereafter. A last-second headshot from Cowboy, showing the deadly nature that is the Hanzo.
Yes, and honestly, he's already built himself up kind of a crazy percentage on Hanzo here, and it's not even just the headshot potential from Cowboy. It's also, if that Orisa wastes all of her abilities too early, Cowboy can kind of just burn him down if he wants to, and we'll see a nice little Tracer duel with help from Cat coming out here.
Oh, yeah, and they're going to try to chase down Twisted. No, they're just going to leave him, let him dwell in the back line. Doesn't have access to recall, so this Tracer duel is actually kind of important. That's why, Crow's eager to kind of help out the Tracer in this situation. Not normally seen, but it's one of those things, I think if you lose that Tracer, you lose all sorts of flanking potential for your team. You don't have a Lucio either, so, but it doesn't matter when you have characters like a Sojourn that can snipe out the competition. Cynics and Cowboy, everybody on the side of Caladrius is so low, and they're going to wind up having to lose this point 100-0.
Yes, they are, and what a way to start for Odin. They got themselves the OC. Yes, the OC in the pocket, excuse me. They got the Pulse Bomb as well. Terra Surge at the ready, and a few little fleeting kills here on the point. The overtime did get ticked off, but it's not really going to mean anything. And to match on the other side, Caladrius, they do have a window of their own, but once again, I like to highlight this Baptiste. It's something that they've kind of been playing this whole time, but you lose a little bit of that versatility as opposed to that Kiriko, and I think it's a little bit harder to play.
Yeah, you have to anchor down, right? You can't teleport in, you can't kind of save your team from out of nowhere. Cam, a flying Orisa, a flying Terra Surge, Oh man, it gets dropped a little early thanks to the rock from Tekujin, but it doesn't matter. The damage has already been done. Everybody got so scattered in that moment. They were not expecting an AC-130 to drop the nuclear bomb that was the Orisa Terra Surge.
Nope, they were not. You know, it's Cowboy. He's finding good picks here, or Caladrius, but they're just at, you know, odd ends and times. A little bit of one-handed handstand push-ups from Laser, and he is looking fantastic so far in the Sojourn. You know, only the Pulse Bomb and the Terra Surge used from Odin. And Caladrius kind of sitting on everything. It's going to be a messy little fight here with a lot of ults used.
Yeah, I mean, luckily we still have some ultimates on the side of Caladrius that can they don't want the ult bomb to win this fight. Oh, very early Terra Surge. Oh, I'm gonna Kitsune rush into this window. It's gonna be tough to deal with. Yeah, Shogun just being able to put so much damage, and he still has Immortality Field, but it doesn't come out in time. Cowboy actually winds up falling, and with the assistance from Crow and Twisted, this fight turned on its head. This looked like a totally winnable fight from Caladrius, and all of a sudden now Odin just trying to swarm onto the Sigma.
And look for the flux.
Wow.
Oh, that's so unlucky. That is so unlucky.
This is so hectic, man. We decided to use two big ultimates there. We used the Graphitic Flux in tandem with the Catnap, and not going to get anything off of it. They are going to get 50% on the board and 52% on the board in terms of the actual point percentage. But now, what do you have left? And look at the swaps. Here we go. I told you we're halfway there. We just need Mercy and we need Lifeweaver. I think that's all we need.
Give me the Lifeweaver, please. What a mess. They do make some swaps over to this Hog. Like they're coming at a good time. But once again, Caladrius, they have nothing to work with in the bank. They are being out-ulted by Odin. Odin outgrown, and there's a nice pick from Laser once again. And so it's just going to set him back even more. They're going to have to get a touch here from somebody.
Pulse Bomb. Yeah, I want to say Cowboy does have access to the combat roll, which does negate a little bit of that damage. But it's not going to matter. They're still going to be able to capitalize, close out that second point. And now, here it is. Match and series point for Odin. Just need this one final point, and they will be successful and moving on to that loser's finals. But they got the lock-in. They can't give it up quite too early. They don't want to get too comfortable.
No, I've seen many reverses on a flashpoint. Maybe they can start one here, but once again, Caladrius, they really don't have much working for them in the way of ults. They're kind of down in everything. They're behind Odin by pretty big numbers, and that's Try. He does find a nice little pick. The Agua. Maybe they can work something forward here, but I don't know. They got to fight towards point.
Okay. I want to say they still have access to Shogun back onto the Kiriko, so now Suzu kind of helps keep their team nice and healthy. Cam falling super low, has to just back up to absolutely no resources left to them, and everybody critical on the side of Odin. But luckily, Aqua does get back in the nick of time. But Laser winds up falling. In the meantime, Kitsune Rush does come out from Agua just to kind of keep their team nice healthy. Fight is going back and forth. Very even Stevens for the time being, but how are they going to be able to actually capitalize and close it out? Shogun putting a late Kitsune as well, so now Cam has to just back up and run for the hill. Suzu being utilized, and they're going to capitalize on it. And now, Tekujin, you make it the rock, but you're not going to be able to live much longer.
A nice attempt from Tekujin, but a clean up from Odin. You know, they did get themselves to 50%. So Caladrius, you know, if I'm Caladrius, I'm happy with that. We used the Kitsune, we forced them off, we gained good percentage from it. Nothing else really used the Catnap from Crow used on the side of Odin. But it'll be looking forward, they're going to be looking towards Laser. He will have that overclock at the ready as Caladrius starts to work forward.
Yeah, are they going to be ready for the Sky Noon, though? Because, I mean, Cowboy and Try have been pretty in sync with, in terms of getting these ultimates off, and you can see them already lined up again, already going for it with the spear onto the cat. Luckily, Cowboy was not in a precarious position. They're going to go for it again, immediately following, and they're hunting a big walk onto Cam, and that's going to knock the Orisa right out of the fight. A quick little wipe from Odin. They just make sure everybody goes for the edge, and 58% for Odin, but Caladrius, they're about to take that lead right back.
Yes, and getting that is crazy value from Cowboy on that, and I also will highlight what a fantastic rock from Tekujin. You know, just knocking Cam down so he cannot absorb any more of that damage from Cowboy or try to eat any of that. They work it well. They will have a flex of their own, and so maybe this one will not hit the person that gets catnapped. Just an unfortunate event on the last point. And I know this one will go a little bit better as Cam looking to work towards the side of point.
Yeah, they're just going to pop an early overclock just to make sure they push everyone back. Suzu comes out in nick of time. Crow falling super low. 1 HP for Crow. I don't know how they wind up surviving, but Laser's not going to be so lucky. Winds up getting caught in the Graphitic Flux, and this looks like this is going to be another point for Caladrius. They're going to have to do it just like the series, a reverse sweep on this map.
And what a way to get it started. Laser a little upset about that Flux catching him. Unlucky he was in the OC. Cynics, also, will highlight he got great value with his OC. He may not have found any picks, but he forces Crow into a terrible position at 1 health. And, he hits a nice shot on the Laser, which helps out Tekkagen and hitting that Flux and getting that final blow onto him. But it will be Odin who gets the point first. And so now Caladrius is going to have to fight in a little bit of an awkward position.
Yeah, everybody's kind of on the same page. Nobody really knows who's a favorite here. I'm looking at the voting from the fans, and it's 50-50 as well. So definitely a complete loss when it comes to who's going to be the favorite here. Terror Surge on deck for Cam. Can imagine going to try to do that. You see everybody on Odin getting super low. Catnap onto Tekkagen, yeah, and you see quickly was trying to rip him out, but it's one of those situations. As long as you get low enough, they just want to falling, and they have no way to retaliate.
No, they don't. Once again, Cowboy, he's been so fantastic. I'll highlight it right now as we wait for the next fight to start. He's been so fantastic at finding picks in moments when, honestly, I don't really know how he's finding them. And on Hanzo, who's making it look fantastic, and now on the cast, he's making it look good. And there's Cynics with a fantastic kill on the Twisted.
Bro, Cynics. I mean, what oh my gosh, that pull is so far away. Shogun gets caught by that Terror Surge, and we're going to do the high noon from the side. No Sky Noon this time around, but Shogun and Agua getting super low, but a 180 stun and headshot from Cowboy. Oh my gosh. Holy crap.
Shut that guy down. Pro finally does, but what was that? Cowboy is on another level right now.
How to wake up. I mean, hey, if there's ever a time you want to wake up in the series, why not now? We have a last opportunity. At least you have a chance. Try. Has access to the catnap, and that's going to be really good on this point because you see how close that water is. Crow already got a victim a little bit earlier, but now I would imagine these overclocks are going to be the determining factor for this point.
Yes, they will. Pulse Bomb in the hands for Twisted. Can he get the stick? No, it's barely a miss. The Flux comes out as well.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say I don't think you get Cam in that scenario because he's going to have Fortify, but he actually used Fortify super early on. Oh, the overclock did shut down from Crow. The Laser survives. No. That was so big. Should have turned that. And now this is so big for Odin because now they're going to have an overclock of their own. And Cynics, using their overclock at the last second, winds up falling. So now they're going to have to put all their hopes and dreams on this Sky Noon.
Yes, he's gonna have to be.
Well.
Oh, boy, with another. Look at this guy go.
He can't be stopped. He can't be slowed down. He's calling for it. We're gonna go for it here for this point for their series on the line. Crow falls super low, not gonna fall. Suzu being utilized super early, and he's gonna fall. Both supports down on the side of Odin. So now it's all up to Cam to try to solo this. And I don't know if it's gonna work unless Laser can make some god tier numbers to get these picks. Cam's falling low to half HP, but the Kitsune Rush was already committed to the point. Laser getting picks still onto Tekkagen. And now it's just the supports on the side of Caladrius. They need to get rid of Sarisa. All this damage does become permanent until Crow gets back. Oh my gosh, and they get the Terror Surge onto the point. They flip it back over to their favor, and now this is it for the series.
Oh, the series takes you back onto the Doomfist just for the touch, and it's Crow. He finds Cowboy with the catnap, gets him off the map, and Cam is shutting them down. He's saying, no, sir, the Doom cannot get it done, and Odin will take the map.
Oh man, take the map, take the series. Odin in an absolute nail biter. Caladrius was so close to being able to bring it back, but a couple of just misplaced ultimates was a determining factor in that map. And wow, what a series for Odin. They brought it back. I mean, it looked very bleak at that point. I thought they were going to wind up losing this map and maybe wind up losing the series to a potential reverse sweep from Caladrius, but man, able to anchor it down and just put the team on their back and close out the series.
Unbelievable win from Odin, and they made it look good. Shout out to Caladrius as well. They fought hard and they came out swinging. That Ryan comp looks so good on Runasapi. I loved seeing it. They look so aggressive. They look so in tune with each other, and they brought it here as well. But so tough.
Yeah, seriously, great stuff from the entire team on both sides of the coin. I mean, that was one hell of a match. I mean, you couldn't tell. Again, we had an amalgamation of characters selected. We saw the Freya. We were, I mean, literally like 2 or 3 characters away from seeing every single hero being utilized in this series. I mean, yeah, Cowboy was going crazy. Again, hitting shots that he shouldn't normally be hitting on the Hanzo, making it happen, making it look flashy. They started to lose sight of it a little bit, so they made the change over the casting, and that helped out a ton in tandem with Cynics going over to the Sojourn.
No, and Cowboy looked so good in this last map that, I mean, honestly, everything he was playing, I mean, it was just beautiful from the cast, beautiful on the Sojourn when he was able to play it, beautiful on that Hanzo as well. Just not enough. I will say, that was just unlucky. So close.
This right here, bro. This one was crazy. I'm
just gonna say, I have to watch this again. No, this is like another level from Cowboy there. But regardless, Odin, that team comp got it together in the end, and I must say, Laser was the one, I think, that kind of carried it all together for Odin, or brought it all together, rather, and got the job done. He looked fantastic throughout the stretch. All 3 maps, he was on another level.
100%. Yeah, so big shout outs to Odin. Again, I think, like you said, the team composition overall just really helped kind of tie things together, solidified their offense. And again, I think a foundation is really important for a lot of these teams. If you're kind of scattered about, you saw Shogun playing a couple different characters. That Baptiste at the beginning maybe wasn't the go-to pick. But either which way, I think they shouldn't be too disheartened by how they performed throughout this entire series and throughout the entire playoffs. I mean, you can see they both teams wound up falling in that upper semifinals, and they met here in the loser semifinals, going to the way of Odin, though.
Now Odin, they get their rematch against Emitori, and now this time, the last 2 to 3, the last one, a close game and a really fun game. But can they get it done now? They get their redemption, and they get their second shot.
But of course, every match must have an MVP, and you already talked about it. You already pulled the trigger early, Carson, but it's got to go to our boy Lane. No, you're good. Major Laser has been going crazy, dude. I mean, in tandem, I mean, we talked about this throughout many other series, many other streams as well, with like Cam and Laser going, on different teams together. And you could see it. I mean, without, having a great tank as your foundation, it's hard to kind of open things up. And with the way that Cam and Laser kind of operate and just move around each other, it just made his job so much easier. I mean, regardless of what other type of hit scan he was playing, he was making some S-tier numbers. I mean, if you look on maps 1 through 3, it was just nonstop domination from Laser.
Yeah, no, it was. And even in that last map, he was able to take over. He played the Sojourn for the majority of it, had some fantastic OCs, and was just kind of like this dominant ever-presence in the front line, and was able to get it done. And so big shout out to him, and a big win for Odin.
Yeah, so I know they're gonna be looking for that redemption. You already talked about how, in that playoffs they wind up having to lose to Emitori in that losers finals. But then also, again, this is another matchup where they played against each other in the kickoff clash. And again, Odin bowed out super early in that kickoff clash. They lost 0-2 to Emitori, and so they want their revenge. They want that victory and that redemption arc now.
Yeah, so they're going to be wanting it, and they're going to be hungry for it. And I think, it's going to be a really fun matchup.
Oh, 100%. I'm excited to see these guys duke it out. They've had a lot of success throughout the regular season and now in the playoffs. I think they're starting to feel themselves a little bit and get some traction. And I believe we're going to get an exit interview for the side of Caladrius. Yeah, we're going to be pulling up Tekujin, Bean Can, and Shogun. How are you doing, everybody?
Hello. Yo.
Obviously a disheartening finish for you guys, but seriously, congrats on your guys' finish. And is there any players or people you want to call out?
Yeah, I think my whole back line got snubbed in the Roll Star stuff. I think all of us were so fucking good. Oh, sorry, I don't know if I can swear, but I think all of us were so good, and I think we got absolutely snubbed. Not even a nomination. I was so sad.
I get it. Yeah, seriously, it's tough to choose because there's so many really strong support players throughout all the teams across all the leagues. and it's unfortunate we only can pick like one or two just to actually get the W, and even fewer to get that nomination. So obviously talk about your guys' game plan and mentality. I know you guys started off on the Reinhardt. It didn't look that great, and then eventually you circled back around to it. What was the decision making on like the compositions?
Yeah, so I mean, the story is right. Like Teku is basically like a Ryan Winston player. Was pretty much where, so that's like where all of our comps started. It was like, okay, we're playing either Ryan or Winston, basically, and then from there we just kind of molded around that. We have, like I said, we had a really flexible backline. Like between me, Troy, and Beancan, we could play pretty much anything. Both Beancan and I are flex supports, but Beancan also has a good Muzi and Brig on him, and then Troy is the main support. Very well rounded, and so we could just play whatever. And then Sonex was, we didn't have a hit scan for a while, so we had to play around not having a hit scan for
We're so cursed for half the season.
a bit like Shion Genji and stuff. It was kind of ridiculous.
Add doc to Caladrius Solomon.gg. I'm screaming from the rooftops. He's a great person, but
Dark Boy the representation.
Add doc to the Solomon.gg so that he's with us.
True. So yeah, it was kind of just like how we kind of just formed our two comps. Our first one was like our Ryan, Juno, whatever, like Juno Kiri, Juno Mizu, Juno Cat towards the end, because it was like we think we can get away with the Juno. I really like playing Juno, and it was really good for our Ryan. And the other comp was like we played like Winston, Kiri, whatever on like Dive Masters. We didn't really end up going too much, but we could do that. And then when I could get away with Zen, I would get away with Zen because I freaking love Zen. So.
Yeah, we Carson definitely talked about it a lot throughout the broadcast about the Zen pick. It was definitely out of left field for sure.
I love it.
Well, I did. I loved it though. I loved it on the attack. That was gorgeous.
Yeah, I think the character's underrated. None of people play him, and I need to put the fear of Zen into people.
Speaking about fear, I must know, how were y'all feeling after you saw that Ryan ban come through?
Expected.
Yeah,
Guaranteed.
a bit worrying.
Known quantity.
The thing about Reinhardt is like everyone knows that I'm essentially a Reinhardt one trick, so eventually a Rein ban's gonna happen. But then that just means I get to play a better hero, so it's like all good.
Heck yeah.
Because we did during the match, I bullied Solomon into doing it. Jimmy, my goat. W peer pressure, amazing. Thank you, Blanca. But yeah, we usually expect it. But so we have a couple of other comps that we try and use. I think that in playoffs was the first time we had all 7 of our players available, which allowed us to do Synex tank, Mac, Doc, DPS line. And it went well in scrims and in some of our other matches, but didn't work out today. But
Yeah.
what can you do?
Yeah. Hey, sometimes the pocket play goes wrong.
Yeah.
True.
But yeah, seriously, I'm excited to see more of you guys. Do any of you guys plan to return next season potentially?
When's the next BPL season?
That's a good question.
It's not for a while.
I don't want to spread misinformation. I saw my man
They usually do like an off
lying to
right?
people earlier.
That's like an off.
If they're not doing BPL Deadlock, I'll be here. The instant we do Deadlock events, I'm gone.
Depends on what
I'm doing Deadlock.
But I would love to play again. I had a lot of fun this season. I think I had a really great team.
I took last year off because I was getting married, so that kind of superseded this.
Hell.
And so I thought I'd have the married man meta buff, but I guess that it only gets you to 4th place, so unlucky. However, I think that I'd like to play again. I feel like I'm in a very weird position where I feel like I should be somewhere between A and B League, because B League I feel like I'm doing really, really well, but then A League I feel like I'm starting to flounder a bit and like I don't know what I'm doing, bro. So I don't know. Maybe if they make like an 8.5 league, maybe I'll be the harbinger of that.
There we go.
There you go. Yup. I almost got back to B League.
Yeah, I was saying, I think we have to find a letter in between A and B just for specifically for Tekojin. So we'll have to iron that out with Jimmy and Solomon to figure out what the balance point of that is going to be. But seriously, again, congratulations again for Team Caladrius for finishing 4th place in the A League. Again, thank you everybody as well for coming in for the exit interview. Any closing remarks?
Yes, I want to give a very big shout out to the whole team for like low key one of the most like chill skill teams I've ever played with, like I don't think that there was ever like a mental issue. Like everyone was like super easy to work with, and it was like it's amazing to have a team where like you can say like, yo, that was stupid, don't do that again. They're like, damn, you're right, like I won't do that again, and not have like egos get in the way of it. Also, massive shout out to Cinex, which should go without saying. Bro is like a genius and helped out a lot where my brain was lacking. So big shout out to him. Was basically co-captain while I was state captain. So I loved this team. It was a good time. I'd play with them again in a heartbeat.
Yeah, me too.
Great times.
I'd run it back in a heartbeat.
All right. With that being said, thank you again for Tekojin, Beancan, and of course Shogun for showing up for the eggs interview. That's going to do it here for the loser semifinals. Again, Odin moves on and has to do the run back again against Amatori in that losers finals. And seriously, Carson, I'm going to be excited to watch that matchup because this is going to be like the third time they wind up going against each other. But of course, tonight we still got one more additional match coming up.
Yes, one more additional match. A little later, we will take a little bit of break, but we'll have Elvish Soulknife versus Pachisuba, and it should be a really fun matchup.
All right, so
the lower
that means,
finals.
yeah, of course. I think it's going to be a super exciting matchup, so we're going to go straight to that after the break. So gives yourself some time to get your snacks, get your stuff ready, or as Solomon likes to call it, tacoing time. So make sure you go get your taco set up, and we'll see you guys quickly after the break. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your tacoing break. We're back again for some more Pachimari League playoffs action. Another loser side contention match. This is going to be the lower finals for the C League. So unfortunately, one more team will be eliminated, but we will find out who is going to be free fall in that grand finals matchup. You already know who I am. I'm Mr. Leapfrog. Join me tonight, Carson. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. We got an exciting matchup against are ahead of us here now. These teams, they've already met in the playoffs once before. Elvish, Soulknife getting the better end of them with a 3-0 over there in the upper rounds one. But Pachisuba, they've been battling hard. They've found their way through the lowers, and now here they meet again in the lower finals.
Yeah, and you can see Elvish, Soulknife doing pretty well in their own regard. Fellow caster of Denji being one of the tank players for Elvish, so they were looking really solid until they ran into the meat grinder that was free fall. So luckily, they still have another opportunity to get that run back. But first, they must go through Pachisuba, which, as you can see already, they've already played in that first round of playoffs. It was a 3-0 victory for Elvish Soulknife, but luckily this is not the same match. This is something entirely different. This is the loser side run, and you can see Pachisuba definitely had their run in the lower side of the bracket. So hopefully they can do it again to turn it around and get that run back.
Yes, and here we take a look at the roster for Elvish Soulknife. And we were talking about this before we started. Both these teams, they do have a lot of role stars, and Elvish Soulknife is no different.
Yeah, of course. They got one of the role stars that we've already talked about several times over, and one of the names you've definitely seen once or twice with Denji, Aiden 24, and of course Blue. So definitely some names to keep a lookout for, and one on each role. It's going to be a common theme as we start to round out the bracket. A lot of the top three teams are going to have those role stars in each of their respective roles because they helped them get there to begin with. So hopefully they can keep it going, get that run back on the winner side. But let's take a look at their opposition.
Yes, Pachisuba. They've had a pretty good run here in the lowers, and now they meet the same opponent once again. They also have some role stars of their own. Taken Wallet, one of the big ones. He actually is on a team with me currently, so I will be silently cheering for Pachisuba in the background. I must admit that, but you know how it is.
Of course. And you can't forget about Funjin too. Funjin also very strong support player, so definitely got to keep a lookout for them. They are flexible enough to actually play all the roles if needed, but it's one of those things. I think they're primarily going to be sticking to the support role tonight. Hopefully we'll see a lot more Lucio being played. It's kind of a popular character amongst the C League for sure.
Yes, I think that speed is just especially in the C League, it has shown itself as just too essential, and so I think we will see a lot of it here, and it'll be interesting to see what both these teams decide to bring out, because like we said, they have met already, and of course Elvish Soulknife got the better of them there, and it was dominant fashion for Elvish Soulknife in that matchup. They looked well ahead of the curve, but it is a new day. It's a brand new day, and Pachisuba, they've been making it through lowers. That brings a momentum with it, so just look ahead and see what they can do.
All right, and we had our fun for the one series earlier, Carson. We're back to the Lijiang JO, and Kings Row certainly going to come right immediately afterwards in that hybrid map, but Elvish Soulknife will decide to go for the Lijiang Tower. But you can see that's exactly why, because they're currently 3-0 on this map this season, and Pachisuba definitely having the experience on the map as well. They have 6 total matches on it, and still not looking too bad with 3-3.
Oh, 3-3 is fine, but it's honestly, it does just come down to the experience. They played the map a lot. They know what they want to play, and they're going to be ready for it.
Yeah, hopefully they're prepared for it. Let's see what the bans are going to be for this first map, and it is going to be targeted again towards the role star that is Denji. No more Mauga for you.
Mauga taken away, and on the other side, it will be the cast taken away by Soulknife. And honestly, I think that's a fine ban here, especially in C League. Cass has kind of had a good run, and honestly, all across the board, Cass is just strong character right now, strong in general. Just been able to kind of run things over. So you take that out away on the control point, kind of force things in a different direction.
Yeah, you definitely want to open it up a little bit, and especially if you're planning on running the jetpack cat, or even the Lucio, you want to be able to kind of roam freely without the threat of randomly getting magnetic grenaded or stunned and shut down. I forget that magnetic grenade is not even the move name. It's gone back to the flashbang, right?
I know, we're just back to flashbang.
Oh, jeez. See, that's my unk status bringing it back up. I'm just like, back in my day, it was flashbang and then magnetic grenade and then back to flashbang. They got to make up their minds.
Oh, that they do. Thank goodness it doesn't stun anymore. My goodness. Oh my gosh, what a mess. And then, I think it's something that magnetic grenade was not much better either. That thing was crazy good.
Oh man, you remember the clips. You had the PTSD of it tracking around corners and sticking you in and just
like,
detonated 10 seconds later.
Oh my goodness. But regardless, we don't have to see any cast in all this game because he's banned. So, like you said, the target ban on the Malgan, then we get the cast ban here. What do you think comp-wise we're going to be seeing here?
That's why I love Li Zhang. As silly as I say it is to see it all the time, it's open to tons of different compositions when it comes to just like having the dive comp or that be the brawl style. It's really open to whatever you want to play, whatever your tank is primarily comfortable with. We've seen Orisa being played, we've seen the Reinhardt, and of course we've seen dive tanks like the Ball, Hazard, and of course D.Va.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see some D.Va action here in the C League on the Li Zhang Tower. Will we see it? I don't know. Who knows? But regardless, it'll be interesting to see what both teams will bring out. I think we will see that Lucio into the back line. I think that's just going to be the name of the game and how things are going to roll into the C League. And I mean, honestly, I don't hate it at all. I love Lucio. As a resident Lucio player, I love to see it. So that's just how it is.
All right. Looks like we're getting the teams loaded in, getting ready for map number 1 of the lower finals here on the C League. Again, a lot riding on the line. A lot of the casting desk said that they were favoriting Pachisuba, which I was also confused at. Similar to that first series, I was like, I don't know if they even looked at the previous matches because Elvish kind of put the belt onto Pachisuba, but
they did.
Maybe they're going off recency bias. They saw that, Elvish did just lose their last match, and Pachisuba has been going on a tear in this lower side of the bracket. They're currently, I think, 3 wins in a row?
Yes, 3 in a row, and all of them looking pretty solid. They looked ready and had a hunger in all of the games. We get started here and get a first look at what these teams want to bring to the composition, and it's looking like a Ramatra for Elvish Soulknife. Into the Zarya, we'll see how this plays.
Yeah, I think Pumko is definitely expecting a Orisa to come out because that is Denji's primary character. I think for a lot of people, we recognize him both for the Sigma, Ramatra, and the Orisa. I think Orisa is definitely a more threatening character of the bunch just because of how versatile she can be. She can, stay up front and fight aggressively into the fight, or you can kind of play slow and just go anchor onto the point itself. So either which way, we're going to see the Catstein as well coming out from Super and Sad Blue Whale. So hopefully we can see some early picks, and that's what you see exactly. Taking Wallet getting super low. And another character we don't see a whole lot of is going to be the Freya, but still getting the damage pumped out and a very weird spread out positioning for a lot of their players.
Oh. Unlucky there from taking a nice bounce from Super, and they find the kill, but once again, it's just like Elvish Soulknife is surrounded them. Pachisuba is just stuck in a fishbowl on point. Fujin, though, will try to break this open and finds the pick on the Chaos. Funko helps him out with the next. Trades on either side as Super finds 2, all the way in turret form. A little lucky on that one, and so they should be able to put this point, as Pachisuba's only getting about, 4% of this.
I'm not gonna lie, that was like a really cool engagement. That had the essence of like a Philadelphia Fusion moments. If you remember the clip, oh, we got a player cam too from Denji. Oh, this is sick.
Yeah.
Let's go. And that's what I was talking about. You've seen him before. This is one of our fellow casters on the analyst desk. He's been an awesome play-by-play to work with. So hopefully we can see some success from him. But I know Pachisuba definitely hungry to try to take it away from them. But as you can see, Super is just living up to the name and just doing some Superman level stuff and just flying through the sky as we take out the opposition.
Well, that's going to be the problem is can Pachisuba contend this Elvish Soulknife team? They move quick and they move with purpose, and all of their movements strike with purpose. And so far, they've been finding early picks into this. Pachisuba hasn't really been able to find their footing, bar that first fight where they just kind of get stuck in the fishbowl of point. That they got to find a way to break this open.
Yeah, and that's something that you pointed too. And you talk about fishbowl. There's no cover. There's no like fancy little ornaments in this fishbowl. It's just a raw square in the middle of the field. So you have to just hope that you can try to survive it without any type of shield or anything to keep you alive. It's going to be very difficult. And you only get a couple bubbles, so Pumko is going to have Pumku going to have a lot tougher time surviving versus Denji that can both put down a shield and can just straight up block once he gets onto the point.
Yeah, and so they do have to reset here. Elvish Soulknife. They're going to have a lot more ults to work with than Pachisuba will. You know, they've got Ani with the Death Blossom, and so maybe they can try to open things up here with that. But I mean, Elvish Soulknife is going to have every answer you could ever want for that. I mean, and Denji is going to have to be key in how they're going to shut this down. They're going to try to wrap the Bastion around once again. And
wow. Unfortunately, yeah, Ani, they tried to pop a Death Blossom at the last moment, and Bowsy just immediately shutting it down with the assist from Denji again, and Chaos, she just adding a little cherry on top, saying, you know what, we just want to make sure we close out this point. Just throw a Kitsune on for good measures. And 124 for or in favor of Elvish over Pachisuba. Wasn't too bad, but definitely couldn't get any type of traction. I think this Zarya might have to go.
Zari might have to go, and honestly, as much as I love seeing a Freya in the comp, I think that's got to go too. They don't really have any way to deal with the Cat Bastion, and I mean, you know, thinking Wallet is trying his best to get some shots up there, but I mean, it's just like, it's not easy, man. It is not easy, and it's not been able to get it done so far, and so it's just been able to rain terror from above. They have to find an answer.
Yeah, Blue, Super, and Aiden all respectively having 0 deaths to their name, so definitely got to keep a lookout for them. But yeah, we can see Pumku definitely going over to the Diva here. I think this is a great change just to kind of whittle down some of their support line. They're so evasive, so elusive, but at the same time, you can kind of actually chunk down Denji a little bit better with having access to like the micro rockets and just raw fusion cannons.
And I think this comp is going to be a little better. Of course, they've got the M-Ray now as well, and onto the Tracer to try to duel out this Genji as much as possible and harass that back line. But here it goes again, Super in once more.
Yep, you're going to go straight to the back line looking for it, and we're getting closer to that major perk, and you already know when you get to the major perk with Bastion, you have a huge decision to make. Do you just continue going for the regular machine gun, or do you try to go for the Lindholm explosives?
And honestly, it's an interesting choice because it is just up to your choice. Both are very good perks. Both
Which one do you like more?
Are very versatile. I honestly like to keep the minigun just because I feel like it's a little bit more versatile, and the other one, I feel like it's a little bit harder to use, especially with the Cat Bastion. You know, it does a little bit more damage, but it's awkward, especially when you're swinging around on the tether, whereas the minigun is a little bit less awkward. But I know a lot of people do not like it that way.
I understand that, and you can see they're already starting to pinch and maneuver. Denji already coming up close to the front line, while Super going from the back, but accidentally takes himself out. Blue winds up dropping Super into the back line, not going to be able to survive for too much longer, so finally suffering their first couple of deaths, and Aiden not too far behind them, and Denji recognizing the fight will be lost, going straight back to the point, straight back to the spawn. Chaos, yeah, unfortunately she is no longer alive to keep you nice and healthy, and you see Denji gets that mega, but I mean, is it going to be too late? Super does get a last second pick onto Ani, and with Taken getting super low as well, they have to play a little bit more cautiously.
Dude, and I must highlight Pachisuba this whole time has pretty much had control of point. You know, Soulknife they've kind of loosely won some of these fights, especially with the Cat Bastion, who I must say Taken Blood has been keeping in check really well. But once again, it's just like they haven't gotten any cap out of this. They're up to 70%. Pachisuba is in complete control, and they're still working it as it's Denji with Annihilation.
Yeah, has to pop and just hold block at this point. Yeah, takes care of the Diva and winds up falling to the Diva bomb. So now no more pulls. Oh my gosh, Taken Wallace somehow survives the interaction. I think the Suzu came out in the nick of time. System overload straight to the back line. And Chaos just has to try to keep their team alive, getting booped off the map. Everybody's so scattered. And despite, you know, Elvish getting that initial pick onto the tank, they wind up, you know, letting this point go all the way up to 99%. And they're actually going to lose this point 100-0. What a turnaround for Pachisuba.
Yeah, what a turnaround, and just what a mess from Elvish Soulknife on that one. I mean, you know, that's what I said. A lot of those fights, they kind of had loosely won. They could have easily gained control of point and forced Pachisuba on, but, you know, it's just the aura, apparently, of Pumku, excuse me, on the Diva there was just able to get it done. And nice little picture of Winston.
As you can see, the the actual score line still in favor of Elvish Soulknife. They're looking really solid in terms of the KD. But again, with this game mode, the numbers aren't everything. I try to tell people that. I've been telling people that for a long time. You can have 1,000 damage, but with like 20 picks, it makes a huge difference for your team. If you're the one confirming the kills, you're closing it out. You have players like Ani on your team, they make a big difference. They've really been putting in the work in terms of actually closing out these fights. They haven't been super big on the kill feed, but trust me, they are doing numbers.
Yes, they are. As Pachisuba, they're taking so much pressure here. Honestly, way more than they really need to be. Ani back into the Reaper, and Planku onto that, and they get a nice double kill there from Taken onto the Mei. He finds two, one with the headshot, another with the spray, and a third for him. A nice lineup, and so Pachisuba finds themselves an early win.
Okay, I thought Taken was supposed to be a hit scan player. Why are they on the Mei? Hello?
What are they doing on the Mei?
Why are we blatantly lying to the people? And look at that, Dingy swapping over to the big rectangle man. It is Reinhardt on the screen. But quickly isolated with the Mei wall. You see Aiden trying to put up a wall of his own, getting super low. Super actually getting rid of Vungin. So now a big bulk of their healing will be gone. No more main support. And with Super getting a second hit, that's going to be huge for their team. And you can see Denji getting super low, has to try to do something with no shield to their name, not able to survive for too much longer. And Punko is just absolutely just decimating everybody with that full charge. Just impossible to stop.
No, and it's going to be so hard to play this Rhine into this Zarya. Another two stacking up there. I like the swap from Super over to the Sojourn. I think this is going to help us be especially versatile on this point, because, you know, you can't really play the Cat Bastion here. It's just, I mean, you can. It's just like, you're kind of like shooting yourself in the foot a little bit, because it is so close quarters. And here they go for another engage.
Ooh, early grab, Ani. They take care of one, they take care of two, and they're actually just going to slow it down and let them kind of stagger themselves a little bit more. As they approach that more than halfway mark, they're already at 65% and counting. They are looking super duper solid, because now they have access to the Death Blossom, the Blizzard. Chaos is going to have to be essentially perfect with her Kitsune Rush and can't make a mistake here. Oh, you see the wall comes up at the perfect time. Blizzard as well, stacked up with the Denji getting caught in between, you know, a rock and a hard place and getting absolutely decimated. And now 80% for Pachisuba. What can Elvish do here?
There's not much they really can do. Take it up to 90%. They're going to have to, yes, put blue over onto that Lucio, try to get a touch, maybe make a swap over to the Tracer. No, they're just going to keep it as is. But I mean, here comes Ani.
They
got the Death Blossom.
Death Blossom locked him on, but gets shut down. But nobody there to touch the point. The pick potential was there for Elvish Soulknife, but they couldn't get anybody there quick enough. And like you said, you wanted to get somebody that can swap to there, but everybody had their ultimates, and they're all crucial ultimates. Overclock, Blizzard, Beat, those are all ultimates you need to try to utilize, and even the Shatter can be a win condition, especially with no shield. But what a 180 turnaround. That first point looks so in favor of Elvish, and all of a sudden Pachisuba just locked their feet down and started to really show up.
Yes, they did, and they look ready for Elvish Soulknife now. You know, of course, we talked about that first matchup. It was very sided towards Elvish Soulknife, but now this one, Pachisuba, they've come in, they've got momentum behind them, and they look very ready for the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, Malga, you know, having to use that ban super early on for them, so maybe it's going to be a little bit easier going into King's Row. I mean, hybrid. But, yeah, again, just if you asked me how, off that first map, how the series was going to go, I would have told you definitely this map is easily going to Elvish. But again, the adjustments from the side of Pachisuba was looking solid, because I didn't think we'd ever make the swap back over to the Zarya, but I guess it was just that first point. It was a warm-up check.
Yeah, you had to get warmed up on the Zarya. That was just, you know, to get the fingers warm on the Zarya, get ready for it. And then they could pull out the real action later. But I also must highlight the swap off of the Freya. I'm glad that they recognize that, you know, we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot with this. We have no way to deal with this Cat Bastion, and so they make the swap over to the Emre, and it does wonders for them.
Look at this. This is crazy. I mean, what you think you have this? You think the fight is over? You just okay, it's just a Zarya, guys. Don't worry. Nah. This is Punko you're talking about. Full charge Zarya straight to the back line and straight to the jugular, man. I mean, absolute domination for them. They started to get some momentum going. You saw ultimates go out. People started falling left and right, but they just didn't have the bodies to actually go to touch that point and trigger overtime. Because honestly, if they touched and triggered overtime, could have been a different story. Could have been an opportunity for them to bring it back.
So yes, it could have been a much different story because once again they did have 3 ults to work with. Now one of them did get shut down. Excuse me. You know, they had the overclock, but you know Ani just came in with the Death Blossom and said, "Yeah, we're taking that right out of the game." But still, they had 2 ults to work with going into that. Maybe they get a touch there, things turn out differently. But hindsight is 2020. Doesn't really matter. Pachisuba got it done. It got the win on Legion Tower, and oh my goodness, you are correct. Welcome to Scrims Row.
Yeah, I didn't want to spoil it, but apparently I had the script all locked and loaded up here. I just knew it was inevitable. Scrims Row coming back into fruition for us, but now I'm kind of concerned with Pachisuba because now Elvish is going to have their access to their Malga if they really want to lean on a little bit. I think, you know, if you guys got to see that cool, you know, highlight intro for like throughout the entire playoff series a little bit earlier, you actually saw Denji get a couple plays themselves. He was a little bit disheartened because he still wound up losing that map, but I think Orisa on this particular map is really, really strong.
Yes, and that's what I was going to highlight next is, you know, if they want to play that Orisa, that can be something to honestly even try to counter the Malga if that's what's going to come out, you know? I mean, that is a good pick into the Malga that allows you to kind of take away some of that just frontline pressure that Malga is going to add. Because, I mean, let's be honest, that is all Malga is, straight frontline pressure and straight hate.
Yeah, but luckily I think I'm gonna say they're just gonna protect the Orisa right away and just ban the Zarya. This is a great ban from them because they both protect the Orisa and they're gonna get rid of that Punko Zarya as well, which I thought was another great addition to their team.
Yes. And so now you sit in the seat of Pachisuba and you're wondering yourself, you know, what do you think they should end up banning here? What should they be able to take away from this and try to hinder Elvish Soulknife best they can?
So, I mean, I would imagine it's probably going to be a DPS, right? You would think maybe a Sojourn or an Emre, a Freya may not be a bad option either. I mean, just some sort of support that one of the DPS have been utilizing, right? Because, I mean, again, you got Aiden, a Roll Star, you've got access to Super, who's been doing pretty good on their side. Ani, I think, is definitely something they have to be concerned about if I'm an Elvish player, right? I gotta be like, okay, we gotta pay attention to where Ani's going because they have been flanking and being stalking us the whole time. And look at that, Pachisuba actually gonna ban the Bastion.
Interesting. I don't even hate that because you know they're gonna want to play the Gat Bastion. They love it. They played last game and it worked well, but this allows them to, you know, not have to force somebody onto a counter, not have to force, you know, the Emre out once again or something like that, or force out a cast or something like that. They can be a little more versatile. And you know, they showed the Freya last time. They can honestly throw out a Freya this time if they wanted to, and it'll be get a lot more value. Excuse me.
Right. And of course, we're going to see some swaps in as well. If you guys aren't familiar with the BPL leagues, you know, ruling, we got to make sure if everybody is here available to play, they have to play at least one map. So obviously for map number 2, we're going to see some changes. Some teams like to opt to wait to later maps in the series, but I think it's to become the standard for everybody. Like map 2, we got to get our rounds and start making some subs.
Yeah, and so we'll see a lot of subs here, and so that does also kind of shake the jar a little bit and change how things are going to end up playing out. But how much it changes, I don't know. So we'll see.
I don't know what it is with you, Carson. You love your like glass analogies. I'm afraid to take you one of those smash 'em places because you're gonna go absolutely insane.
Yeah, you best watch out. I do metal work and stuff like that, so I guess that plays into it. I don't even know that has to do with glass, but I guess that's close enough. But oh my goodness.
I love it, man. I love it. You get a mixed bag out here. You got some fun faces. Carson, I've had a blast tonight with you, man. It's the first time I've ever gotten a cast with you, and you've been awesome to work with.
I know, it's been super fun, and we've got ourselves a good little rhythm going, and hopefully that'll continue. Well, not even hopefully. I know it will continue onto the Scrims Row as we get ourselves locked in.
Of course. Oh man, when are we gonna get this part of the map back, man? This part of the map was so cool and like the story mode stuff, and then
I didn't even realize it was still in the map.
Yeah, that's
oh,
they gotta keep them assets in there, bro.
They should just open it up at some point. Just let people run around like a little playground through the map. That was cool though.
Mercy, if you ever get to go to do like Mercy parkour, that is like they're eating good over there.
Yes, I played a fair few Mercy parkours on it, but you know how it is.
I mean, no, I don't. I get stuck on like level 5 all the time, so no, I don't.
Oh, well. Well, you've at least got a taste of it. That's enough. That is enough for C parkour.
Yeah, I watched my sister get all the like a speed run and finish it in like 34 seconds. I'm like, all right, cool. Have fun with that. I'll just sit here and watch it and spectate. So
Yeah, it looks awesome. Anyway, but, oh my goodness. But getting started here on the King's Row, Pachisuba going to be running out Pamku on this Mauga into the Denji Ramatra, and that is super with an early pick. A rotation through Hotel is tried from Pachisuba, and now they've kind of just put themselves in an awkward position.
Yeah, I don't know how they got Funge in there. I think maybe Blue was flying in and did the purr that kind of knocked somebody off to the side, maybe. So it could have been where kind of get them repositioned, and you can see them kind of slowing down and waiting it out. Rockscraft's, also one of the players being subbed in here, going for the Mei. So one of those characters I think really relies on positioning and communication. Well, as you can see, a very aggressive fight for their team. Blue flying in, just trying to purge, just trying to keep everybody back. Denji, all he can do is just sit there and block and let them get a tick. And maybe even more, might even get a second tick here for their team. Wall does come out for Rockscraft to try to isolate some targets, but Andrew finds a little peephole and he's going to work.
Going to work he is Fujin finding that first pick. Denji gets locked out by the chain, and then there's another one. What a nice play from Super. A little bit of saving action there. Trades all across the board, and so I think they sit in kind of an awkward spot here. Soulknife does. They're going to have to give this up, I think.
Man, I thought that was going to be winnable for them. Yeah, definitely good call on the rotate just to kind of regroup and go back to square one. Denji makes the swap over to the Sigma. Sigma jail we go. Just something to deal with this Mauga, right?
Yeah, I mean, they have to have something. The Ramatra is just not going to get it done. Mauga is just a tank killer, and honestly, one of the few things that is able to kind of shut down the Mauga. And so let's see. Well, it'll be interesting to see what they can get done here on the Sigma, because now, this does kind of put them behind in the ults. This puts them behind in the progress, and so Pachisuba is going to be kind of first to everything. And as long as they don't just kind of blow it, they can kind of keep that momentum going.
Yeah, another thing is this is, especially on this part of the map too, it's really funneled in. So a lot of damage can be pumped out on both sides of the coin. And Pumko just going straight to the back line, immediately turning Super into roadkill. As Pachisuba is just starting to feel themselves. Definitely a momentum killer here, and the Blizzard on top of that. We're just going to pop everything. We wound up using Nano during that last engagement, and we're going to use the Kakai Sanctuary. Just throw a Blizzard on top, just for good measure.
I mean, why not? Just throw it in there, secure this one down. Pachisuba, an expensive little fight, but once again, it's good rotation. They used 3. They still got 2 in the bank. Elvish, they did use that OC from Super. Wasn't able to really get anything. I mean, he got stomped on and run over by Pamku, and so now Rockscrafts also had to use that Blizzard. And so Elvish kind of sits in an awkward spot. They're close to that Flux. Do they want to contest this? It will be Blue to try to get the contest, and he will. And they have to get more in, but the King's going to lock him down.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're able to contest her for a moment longer, but I mean, not able to survive the cage fight. Kitsune Rush does still come out from Chaos, so she thinks it's winnable. And, justifiably so. Pumko, unfortunately, caught out of position. Denji converts with the graphitic flex. I want to call it chaotic flex, because, I mean, they are going everywhere right now, but guess what? They already lost the point.
They already lost the point. Couldn't keep somebody on at all times, and so it's just going to be a little soft reset. Elvish Soulknife and Pachisuba has to do the hard reset and start working the way forward. But once again, 4.5 minutes, is what they've got in that time bank. Astronomical amount of time. This bot really has, or this payload, really has not stopped moving this whole time. Little itty bits of stop movement, but not enough.
Yeah, not enough to actually warrant a fight win. You can see a Chaos getting super low, so she have to wait until she gets, healed up before she can re-engage. But this does open up a little bit. I was going to say Blue is going to be hungry to try to get this pick off the map, and down the hole he goes. Yeah, quick little camera where I love to see it, because you already knew it was coming. It was inevitable as they finally get the fight to win and finally stop this payload. You were asking for some sort of stop. That's what you need.
And here they go, and honestly, it could not come at a better time. I mean, this is going to be such a hard little corner to get around for Pachisuba, especially with that Sigma from Denji. And now, Rockscrafts, he does have that Blizzard at the ready, and so, the Mauga is going to have to, Pamku's going to have to play a little bit more careful, but the Slam catches 2, and they find him early.
Okay, Chaos gets a pick onto Tim, though, so now fight is even 4-4. They were able to kind of get themselves out of harm's way, but I mean, that's where you want to have the cap for, so you can kind of fly over the wall. As soon as Denji gets that major perk to levitate, it's going to be a whole nother fight for them. So I think they want to try to win now. They're just going to back up and regroup for their team. They already committed the overclock, so now they can kind of just regroup, hash it out, but not before Andrew has to jump off to his edge and plummet.
Down into the hole he goes, and so reset for Pachisuba. And so they're stopped a little bit. They got it moved a little bit, almost got around that final corner, but not enough. And Denji's got the flux in his back pocket. He's going to be looking to try to catch some of this back line. I mean, he's going to be looking for Tim. He wants it. That Ana is just so vulnerable and just asking for it, but the flux instead goes onto the Malga.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, how about we just get the big, flying, double-hearted man right in our face? And Denji, great awareness. Didn't want to overstay and overshoot, right? You want to go for the Ana, stuff like that, but if you got a half HP tank in front of you, you can just take that, and without the nano to keep him alive, that's going to be the fight. Bunjin unfortunately committed the Kakai Sanctuary just to try to keep him alive, but it wasn't enough. And now Pachisuba gotta be a little nervous now, because that 4.5 minute time bank they were talking about, Carson, is starting to slowly dwindle away.
Now only 2 minutes left in the pocket. Now you know, out comes the Blizzard from Taken. And it will catch on the 2, I believe.
Oh, the catnap again. Is he gonna go in the hole? Yeah, he barely made it in. Oh man, that was a POE and a half. That is not what I want to see as I'm plummeting it down. Hopefully you guys don't got vertigo, because guess what? There's still plenty more bodies that will fall. And it's gonna start off unless, a nice wall from Roxcraft. What a turnout. I thought Andrew was gonna be able to shut everything down and get those picks.
He's able to shut it down, and so now it's going to be a soft reset for Pachisuba. They're going to be forced back just a little bit with Pomku. He's got the cage at the ready. And I mean, if you're Elvish enough, you know he has it. He's been holding on to it for a little bit. I mean, he's been close for a while, but it's super with an early pick again on the Funjin.
Oh man, yeah, and you see Pumko just trying to find some sort of opening, and that right there concerns me a little bit, Carson, because the sprinting, you don't do that when you're playing Malga. You either do that just to wipe or something, or when you're super frustrated. You don't have an opening. This is like 4 fights in a row now. You lose somebody before you even get in, and you can't really do much when you're playing Malga. You can shout all you want, but yeah, support's gotta live.
Yeah, and they've got to settle down. Once again, it's deep in with the cage. He gets a nade to keep himself alive. As well. But will it be enough? No, it won't.
Oh my gosh. I want you guys to pay attention. That was a nanoed Malga, mind you. Shouted nanoed Malga, and that health bar plummeted. A huge cage fight from Pumko, but unfortunately, Roxcraft was 2 steps ahead of you, dropped the Blizzard on him, froze him immediately, and with no Kiriko to cleanse him, that's just a big dead Malga.
That is a big dead Malga indeed, and so he makes the swap over to the Sigma to take that duel here in the end. But once again, I mean, you don't have time to build up any of your perks. They don't have much time at all. Is now down to only 15 seconds. They've got to find a pick onto somebody here.
Yeah, they're looking for something. Denji trying to align up another Graphitic Flux, and now you don't have to go anything crazy as well. Pumko caught between a rock and a hard place, and an actual rock. Unbelievable rock from Denji, shutting it all down, and just like that 4.5 minute time bank gone, completely held off as Elvish Soulknife find a win condition here on Point Charlie.
Gorgeous hold from Elvish Soulknife. Literally, you cannot draw it up any better. They played every fight they were in pretty much to perfection. I think they only lost a couple of members, and really most of those fights, there was only one of them that really was kind of nasty. And I mean, you even saw it when that cage came in. He caught, I think it was 3 or 4 members even with the cage, but they just blew him up, and off the back of that ult, I believe, the May ult thrown into the mix from Roxcrafts, and it was just a beautiful hold from Elvish Soulknife.
I mean, again, Carson, I've been doing this for a while. This doesn't surprise me. I mean, we if you got to watch the matches last night, we had a 5 minute time bank. So you were glazing at that 4.5 minute time bank. I was giving you a face. I was doing the hand on the shoulder beam, and I was like, hey man, don't count him out, because I saw a 5 minute time bank just completely disappear for the attacking team. So unfortunately for them, unfortunately that had to happen to them, but silver lining, it could happen again.
It could happen again, indeed. And that's just kind of how King's Row goes. Once you get that first little inkling of hold, it becomes so hard to break. And so Elvish Soulknife looks like they're going to roll out once again on the Sigma. And I like that. I think that, it worked for them on the defense. It is going to work on the attack if they can, get their momentum rolling. But it is interesting to me that Funko is going to go back to this Malga.
Oh man, I have no. Okay, I was gonna say I'm glad you did a pan out because if you did like the where is this part of the map, I would have lost because I had no idea where that portrait was from. Shout outs to showing off some crazy stuff. But here we go into attack. Again, Elvish, Soulknife have a win condition. Denji back on the tried and true Sigma. They were looking super dominant. That's hence why they're an all-star on that particular character. Punko playing super aggressive straight into the back line, and Blue got to be really careful that they don't get blown up by the Freya.
This will be Andrew this time playing the Freya, and so Super can try to get to them. That's the minute wall locking off that Malga, but I mean, honestly, I think the Malga locked you off, and so down rocks Craps will fall. And another nice from Andrew on the Super. And so it's just going to have to be a reset here from Elvish.
Yeah, and you see Andrew sitting in the perfect spot for Freya, because I mean, the moment you get pressured, you can kind of jump and you can dash any which way. You can dash towards the little mini room where they like to huddle underneath the archway, or they could just dash straight onto high ground. So they have options that they don't, particularly feel safe in that spot. But Tim going over to the Baptiste, again, I thought they were looking really solid on the Ana, but clearly finding an opportunity to pull out the immortality, but it wasn't enough to save Punko. Sniped before he even touches the ground, taken, forced to wall himself in, and just hopefully he can try to survive for the time being. Denji recognizing, they're stuck back there, I'm just going to cut him off. But Andrew actually gets a pick onto Blue, and with the bola shot as well onto Genji. I don't think he has Eat either, so he has to just tank all of that damage. Taken Blizzard at the last second before they died, but Chaos getting rid of him. And she has been kind of lighting up the kill feed quite a bit this set.
She has.
Punko, 3? Oh my! 3 kills from Punko! 4! Oh my gosh! What a turnaround! I thought that was it.
I did too. I was about to glaze. I like the attempt from Pachisuba, but it's not an attempt. It was a success on that one for the recontest there. I like that they drew that out. They threw out the Blizzard just to delay Roxcraft as long as they could, and that they did. And now Elvish Soulknife. They sit with the overclock steel. They've got the Kitsune at the ready, and now it'll be the window thrown out early.
Oh man, they popped the Kakai Sanctuary, but not before Super takes a pick before they close it off. And now they still have to survive just for a little bit longer before that 150 charge dissipates. You can see Punjin kind of just hiding, waiting it out for the time being. We got Cage Fight as well, and we are going to utilize it, but now Denji doesn't have Eat, so they just have to survive it just for a little bit longer, and they do. But man, this is a tough spot to be in if you're Pachisuba. Now you have to try to survive without a tank again.
They did it last time, but honestly, they do not have the utility this time to get it done. So this is I think, give 2 ticks and recontest after that kind of moment. And that looks like that's what they're going to do.
Okay. Don't have an immortality field, so unfortunately, Punko is going to have to go in just raw and expect to survive. All the damage put into the Nout. Oh yeah, and with no Kiriko to cleanse that freeze, that is going to be one deadly Blizzard. Yeah, instant shutdown, instant win, and finally we get this point over for Elvish Soulknife, and not too shabby with the time bank. So they have some opportunities to be able to get this second point.
No, not too bad at all. 3 minutes is what they're going to be working with, and an earthquake getting up here from Blue, but he's not going to find anybody.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, you dash into the pile of people and hoping to get at least one of them, but when you're so far away, they have time to kind of dodge it off. So good awareness from their team, but you can already see Denji having access to the Levitate perk for Sigma. This map in particular opens it up so much. There's so many high grounds that Sigma normally doesn't get onto unless you have a jetpack cap or if you have that perk.
No, I think it's honestly going to be so helpful in them for taking this little corner here, right here, as he's able to work his way from high ground, and there out comes the Flux. It will connect onto both the Malga and the Bay, but it'll be the Malga. I think all the Let saves him at the last second, and the Bola thrown into the mix as well will find Roxcrafts.
Yeah, that Immort is coming up really clutch for Tim. We were concerned about the Ana selection from Tim, but they've been making this Baptiste look really, really nice. And he's rocking the Boston Uprising skin, so that's how you know he's an OG. He's a fellow Lige Gong enjoyer like me.
That is awesome. What a callback, by the way. That is awesome.
What, another window? Dude, how many is that? That's like 2 this minute. You saw the very tail end of that last point they threw out the window, and now they're doing it again.
An aggressive window, mind you. They're just buying a little bit of time, but I think it was a little too early. It allows kind of Soulknife to get their footing. A nice wall from I think a wallet, but I don't know if anything's gonna come of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Walla in a tough spot, but they have to use Kakai Sanctuary to keep him alive, so definitely slowing things down quite a bit. Yeah, Eat comes out, and now with no more rock or rock crafts, unfortunately falls. And now, again, another catnap, not able to find anything off of value. And Andrew just putting in the work, just sitting on the high ground, just pumping up damage with Super, trying to retaliate with their own. And you know what? That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to take out the Malga. They're going to look for some more, and Funjin next up on the chopping block. And unfortunately, Wallet, it's going to be not too long for this world.
Not too long at all until Elvish Soulknife will be able to work this payload wrap around to that second, or that last little corner of second point. They do have a Blizzard in their back pocket, and so they're going to probably try to throw this to try to secure this one. Pachisuba, though, they're going to have that Bola once again, and, you know, Freya just builds that thing like a pulse bomb all over the place. And they'll have a cage to work with as well, so you may see a Funko throw in that cage in early here with a Russian.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would like to see Rox just save up that Blizzard for the cage fight, because it's been an instant deterrent. Because again, they don't have Suzu, they don't have a Kiriko, so there's no way to cleanse this freeze. You might as well just wait until you can for sure lock them into a certain spot. An early wall coming out as well. You gotta make sure you survive it. Graphitic Flux not gonna connect on anybody, and a Blizzard immediately comes out. Bola Shot gets eaten by Denji, and the Immortality Field's not gonna be enough to keep your team alive. What a clutch eat from Denji, shutting down Andrew's any type of comeback. If that Bola Shot connected, you saw everybody get so low on the side of Elvish, but what great awareness from Denji.
Wait, a great awareness indeed. You know, he may have missed the flux, but it's okay. He came up clutch regardless. And of course, just like he said, you know, saving that Blizzard, a perfect play from Rock Scratch to lock that one down, and then just able to eat the Bola Shot coming right into the cage. And so now Pachisuba, they sit in an interesting position, because once again, it's Tim with the window at the ready again. And Blue has that catnap once again. And now we may see another, but it's a fantastic chain.
Oh, that was so clutch. It literally saved him. And a window just for good measures. Rock's actually getting another pick in the back line. So this is not an over fight. They have to actually lock it down. Rock's makes another pick. You see everybody scrambling. Chaos popping the Kitsune at the last moment. She was able to get a pick for the road, but now a Kakai Sanctuary just to make sure to keep everybody's hopes alive. You can see there it's 40 seconds still, so they have to try to win this now. Take it while it gets ripped from the defeat. Tim's making the swap over to Anna. Bola Shot comes out as well from Andrew, and somehow, someway, Pachisuba survived the onslaught and survived the fight. Only 30 seconds left, but guess what? This is still winnable for Elvish.
Well, this very much still is winnable. They're going to be the first to get some ultimates. They're going to have that Flux, and they'll have that Overclock as well. Taken should be able to build this Blizzard up as well, but it's going to have to be perfectly placed. And this time, you have to watch out, because Denji, I know he's going to want to eat it. He knows they're close to it. He knows it's the only thing that hasn't been thrown out for a little bit.
Uh-oh. Yeah, they're going to make it through the May wall just to make sure we secure it. Denji getting super low. They're just going to back up for a few more seconds. They got to make sure they trigger overtime. Make sure they don't see 9 again. You see Blue immediately going for it. Not going to be able to get the eat off in time. Chaos able to cleanse him off for the time being. Almost uniting Blue. Able to trigger to overtime. Super as well in tandem with the Rocks Crowd Blizzard. Shutting everyone down. 4 picks for Super. Almost a 4th pick, but you know what's going to be coming. It's inevitable. And golden box of victory. And Carson, look at that. A 4.5-minute time bank for Pachisuba on their attack. Elvish only needs a minute to make it happen.
They make it look beautiful, and what a fantastic final play we got to see there from Super. Don't know if this will end up being it, but regardless, it was such a fantastic play, and yes, I believe this one is from it at the end, and you'll just see it here, a nice Flux connection as well, double kill there with the overclock. And I mean, once again, Super was kind of in takeover mode on that attack and made things so much easier for Elvish.
Yeah, again, look how bleak that match looked, Carson. I mean, Pachi, I don't want to keep hitting the nail on the head, but again, it was 4.5 minutes for Pachisuba to secure that 3rd point, and Elvish only getting a 1.5 minutes to secure their end. And even still, they took it in overtime. It came down to a final fight situation for that. I mean, great awareness from Elvish to kind of back up, recognize the time bank, and say, you know what, we have time. We could just go trigger overtime and just try to close it out. But seriously, could have gone either which way.
Oh, it really could have. It was very competitive. And like I said, you know, they got stalled out, and they just fight after fight, just kept losing a member early to some goofy stuff. Whether you see here, whether it was the cat throwing somebody in the well, or whether it was Funjin getting taken out by a quick little headshot. I mean, whatever it was, they just kept losing a member early, and they just kept getting stalled out. And I think that just kind of hurt the mental a little bit going into some of those later fights. And honestly, that last little fight around the corner, I wish we would have seen Pachisuba kind of get a little more aggressive. You know that Elvish Soulknife is coming up on more ults. You have to get aggressive on them to start taking some of those members out.
Another thing I'm surprised that they never decided to match the Kiriko. I mean, you know, I understand that Mauga has a sprint that makes him completely invulnerable to all like the CC tools, but I think that was a big determining factor. The fact that Rockscrap, when he pops his Blizzard, if you're in it, you're frozen. That's it. You're dead. But when you saw Taken try to do his Blizzard, half the time Chaos was just so quick onto the Suzu. She was a big determining factor. I know I brought it up a little bit, but Chaos was a huge difference maker in that match.
No, yes, she was. And like you said, yeah, that Kiriko. I do wonder why Pachisuba, you know, I like the backline they were running. I like when they were running the Baptiste. Well, at that time on the Baptiste, he was looking so good. He was building windows faster than, you know, I've seen a lot of people build some windows. They were coming out left and right, literally almost every fight. He was throwing a window in there. But once again, they missed a lot of that easy utility that Kiriko brings.
Oh man, and I just know this entire set, the entire series tonight for both matches have been nothing short of gigabangers, and we still got a little bit more time to go. So we're gonna give time not only for us but for the players and teams to kind of discuss, figure out what they want to do. So we're gonna take a short little break. But when we get back, we're gonna go straight into map number 3 and find out who's gonna take the lead in this series. So stick around, and we'll get to see everybody in a little bit.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Carson, joined here with Mr. Leapfrog as we get started once again. Elvish Soulknife versus Pachisuba, tied 1-1.
Ooh, well, Carson, I'm loving it. Every single map tonight has been nothing short of gigabangers. I told you already. It's going back and forth. I mean, even that last map went down to an overtime push, came down to a final fight to decide who's going to take the, if we're going to have a 2-0 lead or if we're going to have a tie series. So glad to see Elvish kind of gritting their teeth, burying their boots in the sand, and getting that equalizer point.
Yes. And so now tying to 1-1, momentum kind of stopped both ways for either team. And so now they get to choose their lot of push. And it looks like we will get a map pick in here soon. I think this will be an interesting one because, you know, both these teams, they've played a decent bit of push, and, you know, it does go to Pachisuba's pick, and they are 3-1 on the Coliseo, Runasapi as well, so they've got two good options on what they can pick here, and I think both those maps will play well into what they want to play. I don't know, what are you thinking?
I mean, I think it's going to be the Coliseo. I mean, I don't know if teams particularly care about how their opponent performs, more or less just about how they perform, but they're pretty successful on everything except Esperanza, right? So as long as they stick to Coliseo or Runasapi, I think they're going to be super confident going into it. I would hope they aim for Coliseo because I feel like that's been the less prominent map that Elvish have actually competed on, but it could go either which way. I think they'll be happy regardless and find out when they find out which map they're going to go for.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see because once again, you know, we did talk about it earlier in our previous matchup, but I think push is one of those game modes where you kind of can be versatile in what you play. I mean, it does allow a wide range of like compositional matchups, and so it'll be interesting to see what both these teams decide to bring to the table.
100%. So I think they're definitely going to try their hardest out. You know, again, Denji is one of those tanks, you know, I glaze him up a ton, but he's very flexible in the way he plays, and that's why he was one of the role stars for the C League. So definitely got to keep a lookout for him, especially on these push maps. It can get pretty dicey with how they want to approach. It also depends on what characters they actually ban as well.
Yes. And so I would not be surprised if, oh, well, there it is. We do see Pachisuba, they will take away that Sojourn, and so they're taking that out of the hands of Super, making sure he's got are gonna have to switch up the tools he's working with rather, and change things up, and it will be a ban of Mizuki by Elvish Soulknife, and I like that one. I like that ban a lot better than the first one. You know, the Sojourn ban I think is good. They make it so the DPS can't be taken out of here, but you know, I like the ban on the Mizuki from Elvish Soulknife. Pachisuba's been playing it pretty much all night, and so that forces them onto something else.
Yeah, and it's something, again, it's been highlighted a ton throughout all of the leagues. A through C have all really had an inkling towards the Mizuki. The ultimate costing a little bit less with the most, not the most recent patch, the one before that, they made it cost a little bit lesser. So it's a little bit easier for the Mizuki to get in and get those fights turned around, right? It's essentially like a bigger defense matrix, almost like a mock window that can kind of slow things down, keep people from dying as quickly, right?
Yeah, and they reduced the little cooldown of his what is that little thing? His mark that he returns to. I cannot think of the name of it. Now I'll probably spew it out here in 30 seconds. Yes. Yeah, they reduced the cooldown on it.
Yeah, they reduced it by, or did they reduce it or increase it? I forget.
I think they reduced it by a second. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think they increased it by a second. I think they're complaining about.
The heck with me.
I hope maybe that's just me embodying the hope portion, because every time I play against Mizuki, I'm like, man, why do I not ban this character every game?
Yeah, you get that. This is ridiculous. It is kind of Mizuki is really strong. I think he's kind of down, but once again, it's just because there's a lot of other main sports that can add a little bit more versatility. Like I said, you know, Lucio with the speed is a little more versatile, you know, and honestly, in a lot of comps, you really don't even need the Mizuki unless, you know, I mean, the other team's running hard dive, and it makes your backline a little more survivable. And the cat is just, well, you know, kind of the meta right now. And that's more of what we will see.
Yeah, I feel like for a lot of players that opt to run the cat, it's just they just exist. They just like to be in and out of fights. They like to take opportunities when they're handed to them. You know, even amongst the top level, I mean, in the Overwatch Championship Series, you've been seeing a resurgence of the cat players, and I think it's sparked a new life for a lot of players. I'm sure Blue would have been playing the cat well before it got introduced in the OWCS, but I digress. Let's see who's going to be able to take the lead here in the series. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Denji back onto that Ramatra. Pamku over to the Zarya that we saw a little bit earlier. I think this will be a good pick, especially here on the Colosseo. It's Ani once again. This Bubbled Reaper is just going to be a menace in the front line. It's a tried and true classic matchup that has been around in the 5v5 since this game started. And here we are once again, but it's Super with the first pick.
Yeah, Punko winds up falling. Unfortunately, is one of those things that you use one of those bubbles to kind of get your Reaper to engage, but you don't got a bubble to get yourself out. So it's a double-edged sword. It works great when it works, but then when it doesn't, you feel like, man, I should have just saved that bubble for myself. He's got faith. He can get out. He'll be all right.
Be all right indeed. I was like, once again, you know, Pachisuba, they've now swapped a Bowsy in, so they will have a resident Kiriko player thrown into the mix. And so how does that honestly change up the way they're going to play this? I don't know, because they did swap the cat after that first initial little engagement. I think this Kiriko is going to be a lot more versatile.
100%. I mean, I already talked about, like, that was kind of the big thing with Rock. When he pops his Blizzard, they have no way to cleanse it and no way to stop it. So now that you have the Kiriko at your disposal, Bowsy sub back in, maybe a little bit easier to kind of keep your tank nice and healthy. It already helps that you have a bubble, but when, on the off chance he has a bubble on cooldown, you can still pop a Suzu, keep him alive, keep him nice and healthy. And Denji getting isolated, unfortunately, that Blue, you're not going to be able to solo heal that tank.
Like the effort, though, is he's still continuing to run around. They're trying to pass. The little back line has to return to the team at some point. Here it goes as the Kitsune is built up for Chaos. She's got it already. We'll have a catnap as well for the side of Whale. Pachisuba, they'll have every answer they need for what Elvish is going to bring to this fight.
Yeah, look at that full charge still for Punko. I mean, it's going to be so hard to kind of open him up because, I mean, we have so much damage at their resources. Chaos! Unfortunately, she was the first victim of the instant death blossom into the Kitsune rush. Being utilized as well from this Funjin, trying to make sure they win this fight. And with Super popping a system, an override protocol, is not able to find the success he was looking for. He has to run for the hills and watch his entire team crumble around him. And not only are they going to take the lead, they have to get this checkpoint. If they get this checkpoint, this would be huge.
It would be huge indeed. And so now they take the lead just there. The Graviton Surge still in the pocket for Pamku, but they get off the map. No, the wall slightly too late, and the save is not there. And so a nice pick from Blue. And the steal on the net. Oh my goodness, he did come in trying to stop that, but I think his little dip over towards the Vega actually stopped him just long enough.
Yeah, that was really disheartening if you're an Elvish fan because, I mean, you got the pick you needed. You got rid of the tank right away. Full charge or not, just plummets off the map, but nobody to contest the point, so they get checkpoint. That is huge. I mean, granted, they only have a 20-meter lead, but that is what you need to see if you want to keep extending that lead even further. You see Ani has to back up. They've been playing super aggressive, and they're eager to kind of get back to the rest of their team. No more forward spawn for them, but they do have access to a Blizzard, and it's going to go straight into both the DPS. They're able to get supported for the time being, but Denji has to pop the Annihilation just to stay alive. Super getting retaliatory pick onto the Mei, so no more Meis on the field, no more ice walls, but the damage is still there. Oh, Blue has to run, has to get a Mega for themselves. Somehow damage. Denji somehow survives that, just popping Annihilation, just forced to block the entire time with the extra armor. Helps out a ton, but still at a standstill.
At a standstill indeed, still stuck at mid. And you know, I wish they want to start making some progress. Now they're gonna run down Super and they will find the kill. Ani and Funjin teaming up on that one, and Super gone, and so now the jar is kind of opened up wide. No glass analogy this time with a nice kill with the Death Blossom.
Yeah, you want to talk about breaking the glass. I mean, just completely shattered, dropping the glass plates at the doorstep. It's unfortunate because Chaos, again, another victim to the instant Death Blossom, and Ani has the number out for her.
Yes, and so we will see what they decide to do. It will be Funjin still having that beat in their back pocket. Chaos though with the Kitsune. I think a lot more versatile than that beat is ever going to be. We'll see what the side do here. Another override protocol for Super, and maybe an early pick for Panku, and that's what it is. Denji getting locked off.
Yeah, a quick little wall from Taken, just making it completely difficult for Denji to stay alive in those situations. And again, he just made the swap over to Sigma now, so he's still got a long ways to go before he even thinks about getting that major perk. And as Pachisuba slowly approaching on that win condition, they might actually be able to win it and close it out right now.
Oh, and they knew it was coming. The kill is there. The beat is dropped. The override is thrown in. They're going to try to take out this Kiriko, or honestly, anyone he can gleam onto. But it's not going to be enough.
And that's going to be a full map completion for Pachisuba. What a map. I mean, we made the changes on the side of Elvish, but just a little too late. And again, I want to pinpoint the swap over to the Kiriko. That made a huge difference because now the blizzards that came over from Rock weren't as impactful as they were in that previous map. So now they've got a lot to worry about here as they fall to 2-1 to that 2-1 deficit. I mean, they're facing elimination here, Carson.
They are facing elimination, and all props to Pachisuba, on that point. They looked so good on the Coliseo, get themselves a full cap on that, and then, that's just a huge morale booster on top of just being just a fantastic way to get it done. They get it done, in 6 minutes, I think it was? Six, I don't want to say 6 or 7, but, I think it was 6 or 7 minutes. I know. But I think it's what it was. But, you take that any day, and they made it look good.
100%. They looked really confident going to that map, and that was a big turnaround because, again, that was a disheartening loss on King's Row, and what a response. I mean, you can see early on, Denji keeps trying to go for this Ramatra, but I just don't know if we can keep leaning on it. It has, on paper, Ramatra is supposed to survive a lot longer than the Sigma, but it's just not happening tonight.
No, it is not. And I think that's honestly props to the way Pachisuba is running down this comp. That is just a classic staple comp of just Overwatch. I mean, running the Zarya, running the Reaper, throwing the bubble onto the Reaper. I mean, we've been doing that since the game came out. I mean, that's just how it is. And it's fun to see it work here, and they worked it so well. It's just a classic rundown. And Elvish, really, I figured they would have had some answer to it because it's something that you see in scrims all the time. You see teams run it all the time, and they just didn't have anything.
Yeah, and that's going to be worrisome going into this map number 4. They have to try to bring it back, tie us up again. They can do it, but I mean, now they're starting to get a little nervous. You can definitely see it in their gameplay and their strategies. They're playing a little passive, a little timid on the way they want to try to react to things. Just a little bit too slow on certain swaps in general. I don't want to read into it too heavily, but I'm nervous for Elvish because they are facing death's doorstep.
They are facing death's doorstep, and and the way that kind of panned out too. You were talking about they were slow to the swaps. They were kind of slower to everything they were doing. They were making good plays, and props to Blue in that match. He was making unbelievable strides trying to get them, but then you have that setback of he takes that split second to go get that mega to get that rehealth and doesn't get the touch on the points. They get that checkpoint, and I can picture it all of the team. The shoulders kind of shrug a little bit, like, oh, they got checkpoint. It's just the small things like that throughout that match that just continue to mount up. And, Pachisuba, full cap, and now they force the match point.
And again, Push is a snowball map. There's no sugarcoating it. When you get a big win like that, you get a checkpoint, you can kind of keep stacking wins on wins on wins. And that's essentially what they did, especially with a Zarya at full charge. They got to find a way to shut down that Zarya. So I don't know if they're going to try to lean more towards either high survivability or just higher damage output, because I mean, again, Zarya is great when she's got high charge, but essentially you have to think just bare minimums. She's just a chick with 2 big bubbles, so you pop those bubbles, she has no mobility.
No, exactly. And I think their plan going into that one, and we can see it because I don't think there was really any moments that Puko was not at 100% charge. They were trying to blow up the Zarya best they could, but the rest of the team was there to back them up. And honestly, they got to switch the strategy. It's time to ignore the Zarya, maybe start to run at some of that backline, start to play the game a little bit differently.
See, Carson, that's why you're not hard stuck emerald like me. That's the big brain plays.
Problem is I am, so.
Oh shoot, we're screwed out here, man.
I know. What is happening?
Nah, yeah, I'm hoping they can start to do that here because again, I think the in terms of the flashpoints that they have access to, I would imagine they're gonna lean probably towards. Okay, I was gonna say maybe towards the Atlas, but no, it's gonna be the Saravasa instead.
We get to see Saravasa once again tonight, which I don't hate. I love Saravasa as a map. I think it's very fun, and we do see a lot of it. And just in general, I'm sure from casting it, just playing as well. It's just a map that you see in scrims. Oh my gosh, everybody loves to scrim on Saravasa, which, I get it. It's a fun, easy brawl map. As we do see the first ban will be the ban of the Reaper taking that away from Ani. I like that.
Yeah, taking care of the annoying Ani DPS line. But you see Pachisuba respecting blue a bit as well with that cat ban, saying, I don't want to deal with that anymore. I would have thought they would have got Atlas, considering that, they have a lot of success on all the flashpoints. If you look at the map histories for Elvish, they have a winning record on every single flashpoint map. The only map that Pachisuba has no record on is Atlas. So I would have thought just lean towards a map they have the least amount of experience on and try to, put your thumb over their jugular,
Yeah. Force it down. But, maybe if you're sitting in the shoes of Elvish Soulknife, you think, maybe this is what they envision as their best map. This is the one that they feel the best on, at least. Even though, this is the only one that they do have a loss on. But, maybe this is what they've scrimmed the most, what they feel the best on. And so you take them to that. Play that comfortability. You're sitting in an elimination. So you kind of just got to play to what works to you. And so we'll see what they can work here.
So, again, I'm happy that we finally take care of the Reaper because, Chaos, She was feeling that pressure. I felt so bad for her because she would literally just come around the corner and it was like a Foxy jump scare again with that Death Blossom just right on the top of her head. So hopefully we can see her survive just a little bit longer because she was a big difference maker throughout that the first couple of maps. That third one, she wasn't able to get anything going just because she was like target number one. Mr. President, Get down.
And so we'll look to see what they decide to do here because, yes, they are going to run this Zarya comp once again, but you lose your big bubble target, the Reaper, and so now maybe they just have Panku play way more aggressive, save both bubbles for himself, or honestly just swap to something else. I don't know. I think they should keep the Zarya going and just play as aggressive as possible. Let Ani take those off angles. Let Ani try to take out Super as fast as they can. You can get it done. And now we get to see a Wu Yang, which we have not seen in a while. And I know Bowsy's not going to stay on that life lead for as much as I hope they would. But
Carson, I would have just lost my mind because we've been seeing a crazy amalgamation of compositions and characters tonight. Definitely could have been filling up the bingo card of having every character done on stream tonight, but it's going to be back to the Ramatra for Denji. And again, I'm concerned because I would have thought the Denji Ramatra wasn't looking too hot tonight.
No, and so it is kind of interesting that they do kind of go back to this as nice pick by Blue. They're early on this Wu Yang, which I also want to highlight. I think this is a fantastic pick from them. I think this is something that can be a breakpoint into the Zarya comp. It kind of just allows them to play from behind and ignore that Zarya as we see them get a nice fight win here and get that point switched over. And only 19% for Pachisuba.
Yeah, and again, I want to allude back to exactly what I was talking about, right? I said we need to do more damage or we just need to stop shooting Zarya bubbles. And how do you do more damage? You just get the Wu Yang in addition to all the extra damage you've been pumping out. So maybe this would be the difference maker. Hopefully we could see a lot more. Again, I think a Tidal Blast onto Denji might help out a ton too.
Yes, it will. We'll allow him to survive for a little bit longer as there's a light bit of a miss wall, but not one from taking Wallet. Because that's a kill from Ani on the blue, and another one is taken wraps around the wall.
Okay. Denji getting one pick for the road. Chaos is still alive, so maybe it's still winnable 3v4. But Super's going to have to do some magic to try to survive for 1 HP and try to take out this Tracer. No, they're going to wind up relinquishing the point. But with 70%, again, this is Flashpoint we're talking about here, Carson. So this could be a one-fight situation for Elvish. If they get that point win, could be it.
Yes, it could be it. So 70% put themselves in one fight territory. Denji, he does have that on Annihilation at the ready, has built that so quickly. Of course, Taken, I also would like to highlight, is so much faster to that Blizzard than Roxcrafts is this time around. He's been getting so much more value. I think that's just the helpfulness of having a Zarya right in front of him, and there's that Pulse. But way too many cooldowns still in use to be throwing that out so early.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we wind up using everything though. We got the Suzu out, so now Taken Wallet could really use his Blizzard, and I don't know if they're gonna have a Suzu in time to cleanse it. Yeah, Denji gets frozen up immediately. They're gonna have to try to pop Tidal Blast on him, just make sure they keep him alive. Annihilation used as well, but not before he gets it. He was at 99%, but Super, a clutch moment himself. He's able to get 2 picks, make it a third. I thought he had overclocked the way he was hitting them railgun headshots, but no, it's just all raw dog damage. Taken Wallet survives narrowly with 1 HP, but unfortunately not gonna last too much longer. And I already talked about that 70% counting. Fungin has to try to speed to point to get a trigger over on overtime.
Oh, and back to Malga jail. Banku goes, and I don't think they're going to get this touch. I mean, maybe they get it, but he's not going to get there. In time, kill way too fast. Good play by Blue. And so first cap will go the way of Elvish.
I'm kind of scared now, Carson. Now that we put Blue onto the blue like water, I mean, maybe Wuye actually is a great answer for them. Maybe they have to start leaning on it a little bit more.
Maybe he gets a buff when he's on a character with blue water. I like it. I like this. But I do honestly think that Wu Yang is going to be kind of the breakpoint in this comp, and honestly the reason why they've swapped over to this Malga.
Yeah, look how low he's getting. He's not even really in the fight. He's just standing off to the side, and he's still seeing the water balls just arc around the corner. Denji getting a little bit below half HP, gets a Tidal Blast, has to just run in. But guess what? You don't get knocked down when you're running like that. And with the Kitsune rush on it, Chaos is trying to make sure we can close out this fight for sure. Has to just regroup with the rest of their team. Taking getting super low, but still winds up winning the Mei duel, but not at the cost of one of their DPS lines. And now super popping overclock as well. Sees the foot sticking out of the Mei and immediately shuts it down. Jumps a little too far, and Pumko gonna go straight back into the front line. Yeah, and Bowsy winds up falling, and that's gonna be doing it unless Lucio can find a way to keep this Malga alive.
They're playing their space best they can. They want to get as much percentage out of this as they can. And an Annihilation pop from Denji. He gets Fujin, but I don't really know about that play there. I don't know if you really needed that. And what the heck? He got a kill after death, by the way, with this little vortex.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. I don't know. I agree with you. I thought that was a very, desperate Annihilation attempt, but on top of that, he didn't even block, so he winds up falling in the meantime. So now you wind up losing your Annihilation, and then I think your team was going to win that fight regardless. But I guess it was I'd rather just use it and win versus not use it and lose the fight.
Yes, for sure. And sadly, Ani did flash the J Silly for a minute, but back to Mei they go, which I think works a lot better into this comp. And that's a missed wall from Taken Wallet. Didn't catch anybody, and that'll be Kitsune thrown in the point.
Okay, but it does get walled off, so, I mean, actually not a bad wall from Rockcrafts. That was really cheeky because he purposely did that to make sure he cuts off any type of support that goes into the Pumko cage fight, and it winds up cutting off the Kitsune rush from Bowsy, so great awareness from him, and, I mean, everybody on Elvish is doing some S-tier level plays.
Yes, all are into Elvish, climbing themselves back into this last little fight territory. Pachisuba should have a touch here, but it's going to be really messy. They're going to lose 1 to 2 members on the touch if they want to go for this. 90%, they're going to have to send Pomku in deep, and that's exactly what he's going to end up doing.
Yeah, Pumko just jumping in. Blizzard comes out, but not the time with the beat. Ani still winds up getting frozen, but they are still alive. They're still in a really good spot, and you know what? Taken's going to swap over to the Sojourn, and they're going to pull out the overclock. And here we go. Oh, not even going to have to use it as they wind up winning this fight unless... Okay, well, I must have jinxed it because guess what? He thought he used it, and they're still going to lose the fight, dang it.
Oh my gosh. He does get one with it. Apparently they heard you talking about it. He's like, nah, I guess I'll use it now. But he's got the ability to still farm off of Denji.
Oh, so low.
And they go here. He's got something and try something here, and they let the Annihilation.
Denji is a menace, man. This dude will not die. No matter how low he gets, he's just going to pop Annihilation. He's using it like a cooldown because he just did it again. Completely unnecessary. And he winds up winning the point with it.
It was an aura Annihilation, striking fear in the Pachisuba, as now Elvish Soulknife finds themselves with 2 points, and so they force the... It's not necessarily the match point, because technically Pachisuba has the match point, but it is the... I don't know. Last,
Yeah, the map,
I don't know.
the
Map point. That's a good one. There we go. That's a good way to put that.
Denji getting super low, Chaos, living up to the name and just fighting all up on this weird high ground engagement. I mean, you saw a super early wall count from Ani, and again, the wall was not bad, but again, I think it's all about the timing of it, because if you use your wall first, your wall will wind up falling first. So at that point, the opposing Mei can kind of time it and go around it.
Yes, they can, and doesn't lose in the fight. And so now Pachisuba has to reset onto this one. They will make the swap over to the Diva, which I like this. I like this pick a lot, especially into the Wu Yang. This is going to allow your backline to not take as much ridiculous pressure that they would usually be taking. They do have the Blizzard at the ready, and so let's see what they can do to try to take this high ground.
Okay, very early Blizzard, but guess what? When you do that, you put all your resources onto the tank, and it makes Super a very easy target to focus. And now none of the supports have their own type of cooldowns to keep them alive, so that's why Pachisuba get this point flipped over into their favor. But again, 57%, not a bad spot to be in.
Not a bad spot at all. But Pachisuba, they gained control once again. Previously, in the last two maps, they had been first to cap, and then it had been Elvish Soulknife taking over, so maybe they can try to work things differently here. But Elvish Soulknife with a fast regroup, they've got the overclock in the Blizzard at the ready, and it'll be overclock from Super.
Okay, and the 150% charge, so this is gonna hurt. Pumko, you may have the defense matrix, but it will go down eventually. Denji popping the Annihilation, making it happen still. 2 picks for him just to be able to turn things around. Now he just has the whole block on point, and they should be able to turn it around. And let's take it while it goes crazy on it. Not gonna happen, not gonna be a clutch moment yet for him, but guess what? Denji is not gonna be able to survive, so maybe he did come up clutch, because Pumko is able to help turn things around with it.
No, yes, it was a fantastic late overclock from taking Wallet. He got 2 picks off of it and then did so much damage to Denji and just allowed Pumko to come up and clean up his kill until they get themselves 97%. It's going to have to be a touch. It'll be Blue making the touch. A bit odd to send your Wu Yang on that one, but what the hell do I know? And that'll be a nice wave and a connection of the ult on the Super knocks over Pumko.
Diva Bomb! Oh, stay in that spot, please! Oh my gosh, the wall comes up in the nick of time. Kakai Sanctuary on the point. They wind up flipping it back over to their favor, but they need to make sure they win this here, because it doesn't matter if they wind up, getting all the way to 99. It all comes down to this one fight. And again, this is for the map, so maybe Pumko just wipes. Yeah, I think they just wipe quickly and try to get back into it, because they don't have a Lucio, so they can't re-engage quickly.
No, so they've got to find somebody to touch here. Pumko is just now coming back since they're going to be without the Diva for way too long. This kind of probably is most likely going to be it. Kitsune thrown in from the side of Elvish to try to make this here a good one from Chaos. But oh, they do get the touch. Oh, hello?
Oh, no, Ani needed to win that. They had to win that for the map, because if they were to get that pick onto the Sojourn, would have been a completely different story. And again, Carson, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Another 180 turnaround on this map to tie up the series takes us to a decider map, 2-2, as we go to Escort.
2-2 in Escort to close things out. Both teams having really good runs here. I mean, both of them getting good percentage on pretty much every single point. And then here's that late overclock from taking Wallet that we got to see. I believe he did end up getting that next kill as well. But just a good play from Pachisuba. Once again, Elvish Soulknife, they just, honestly, they played aggressive, they played quick, and they just played quicker than Pachisuba was honestly ready for. I like the Diva swap, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, Chaos, the stat line on Chaos, she had almost 11,000 healing in that map alone, on top of whatever damage they outputted, and the monstrous number of assists. Yeah, 24 assists in that one game alone. I mean, absolute crazy work on the supports from Elvish Soulknife. We were concerned because we saw the Jetpack Cat getting banned in this map, so we were like, oh no, what is Blue gonna do? Oh yeah, this is what he's gonna do. Swap over to another strong character that we have not even seen a single time in this series.
No, honestly, I think that really caught Pachisuba off guard, because that Wu Yang is just, once again, especially with those Zarya comps, it's very strong to run in your backline, because once again you can just either, honestly, Wu Yang does so much damage, blow up that Zarya, or just ignore it, and you can just throw your bubbles behind and just be doing crazy amounts of damage, and there's really nothing that Pachisuba can do about it, and they really weren't able to do about it. They did swap the Diva. Once again, I think it was too little too late.
Yeah, hopefully they still have another opportunity here, because again, it still comes down to a final decider map on Escort. And it's completely up in the sky because, like I said, you saw that push map was so one-sided. It was not even close. And then this map was a 3-0. So again, it's completely up in the air of who's going to be able to take this series. I want to go in the history books of saying like, oh, Elvish had took this series before, but then you have to look at the way that Pachisuba has been playing all throughout the lower side of our playoffs this season.
No, they've been down with it, and they're no stranger to the scenario either. And once again, this game has had a trend so far. It's been one team then the other, and now Pachisuba, it is their map pick. So they get to pick something that they get to pick an escort that they want to play, and so maybe that does play a factor. I don't know. We'll see.
Man, I have no idea at this point because I mean I tell you everything that I've seen and everything that I expect to see, and then they completely go out of left field. So I mean, obviously not a whole lot of success on the side of Pachisuba. So I'm wondering if they want to just relinquish their map selection and just go for the first ban. I mean, that may not be a bad option either, because you do have the option of doing that, everybody. If you don't want to go ban second, you could always just surrender the map pick. And if you look at their match history, they haven't had a whole lot of success unless they have a map in particular that they've scrimmed countless hours on and they say, we are 100% confident on this map. Okay, and I guess that is going to be Shambali Monastery.
It will be Shambali Monastery, and I do kind of worry how this is going to play for them. This is a map that Ramatra kind of can just walk away with sometimes and take over games. And and maybe they honestly haven't seen a Ramatra ban. Maybe they ban the Ramatra, but I don't know. We'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they decide to come up with. For the actual bans themselves, because again, I don't want to say they shot themselves in the foot with going with these early bans, but I mean now with that last map, I mean everything's up in the sky. I mean we've gotten rid of the Zarya already, we've gotten rid of the Mizuki and the Reaper, so now Chaos still back on the chopping block, and Pachisuba actually going to be the one banning the Mei, and I think this is a great pick because I mean as you saw, Rock was doing some crazy numbers on that Mei.
Yes. They were doing work on the Mei, and so you take that away. And Pachisuba, they were playing the Mei as well. But honestly, some of the comps they were running, it doesn't necessarily need a Mei. There's other things they can run, and there's a lot of other things that can work as well. And that will be a Lucio ban from Elvish Soulknife, which I kind of like that. I like that. Pachisuba, they favored the Lucio pretty much all game. They played the Mizuki as well. They played the Cat as well, but they have always returned to the Lucio. So now you kind of take that comfort away.
Yeah, definitely going to push him more towards the Mizuki, kind of force their hand a little bit, make things a little bit dire in terms of like support ultimates they want to try to lean on. Because Kitsune Rush is great and all, but if you can pair it up with the Kakai Sanctuary, make things a little bit tougher for them. You force it out early, you can kind of disengage and re-enter the fight with plenty of ultimates, plenty of abilities. And I think Elvish have been really they've excelled on in terms of like re-engagement and kiting out ults.
Yes, they have, and so and that's one thing I'm kind of not necessarily baffled, but slightly baffled by the pick of Shambali Monastery, because I think this is going to be a map that honestly I think would favor the comps that Elvish have been running and the comfortability that they've had, and so. I do want to see what Pachisuba can bring here. Maybe they've got some other sleeve. Maybe they've scrimmed something special for this map and think, oh yeah, we can pull this out now. Let's get this win and move ourselves on. But I don't know.
I saw a Junkrat pick for a second, and I did forget about that character existing. So that would have been another tick off on tonight's crazy hero selections. But I mean, it's weird. I haven't seen a whole lot of Torb lately in terms of like pick rates, probably like at a 0.01% pick rate. But we've seen it tonight twice already.
Yes, we have, and it is kind of funny because you almost never see Torb. But you know what? I'm so here for it. We're here for the Torb. I think this is going to be, honestly, it's going to be so strong in this first little point, depending on what Pachisuba decides to bring to this. And they are going to bring the Ana backline. I was curious to see if they actually would roll out with that one, and what was that early cleanse. I hope that does not come to bite them in the butt, but we'll see.
Okay. And they're looking for, obviously, the Catstein to kind of get the early pick off, but... Oh, and of course the chain connects, but they're not going to be able to capitalize on it. They're just going to go for the payload progress, because again, Pachisuba is on attack, so they don't mind just letting that payload keep on creeping. Because again, if it comes down to a single fight for the point, they'd rather take that.
Yes, they will take that any day. And so Ani does barely get out with their life. I was kind of worried about that. And back in deep they go, trying to find somebody in the back line. Once again, this Cat Bastion is just going to be so menacing, and Pachisuba really hasn't had any answer for it.
Okay, so now Denji just forced to block again, just backing up, just forced to retaliate, to retreat back to his team, but he's still gonna wind up falling again. Ani back on the Reaper, and this person has been just going absolute crazy on the shotguns. I mean, again, every interaction just been finding a way to get the pick off. And look at this, Denji finally recognizing, saying, you know what, enough's enough, no more Ramatra for the rest of the night. I'm back on Sig Jail.
Back to Sig Jail he goes, and this will play well into what they're doing. Once again, now it's taken back under that Emery to try to shut this Cat Bastion down, which he was able to earlier, but then she falling so low, it's going to be hard to play into this Zarya. Just going to be at such high charge because of this Bastion, but it's taken with a nice pick onto the Cat.
Uh-oh. And again, I mean, unintentional drop this time from Blue. And that's where I was talking about, like, when they're taking these engagements off the side, they get the chain onto the Bastion, they kind of anchor him down on the high ground. They don't have to chase him. They just have to focus on getting this payload closed out. And guess what? That turns into essentially a one-fight win, I guess maybe two-fight wins, and they find a way to secure point alpha.
And that's just said Blue got killed first in the last fight, literally had just come back from spawn and gets death blasted as soon as they reach point. Unlucky for Blue, but it will be the swap over to the Wu Yang, which I like this a lot more than the Cat. And I wonder if they're going to swap the Bastion as well.
In my opinion, I think it's a great pick because it's more damage output, but maybe they're going to try to match the Reaper. So just so you can kind of just focus that damage and not just spray endlessly into the Zarya bubbles. Because again, we've seen Punko just have infinite charge throughout the entire series, and it looks like he's going to still keep that going unless they find some sort of answer for him. Roxcraft does have the Torb overload, so maybe we could try to see that to try to cleanse this point a little bit. But no, Bowsy actually going to start off the fight first with the Kitsune rushes. And I already talked about the Kakai Sanctuary coming up in the nick of time, but he has to go into the Kakai Sanctuary, but it's not too safe when you have a full charge Bastion waiting in front of you. They get a few picks, but Ani actually just trying to still keep walking forward to kind of get the pick and kind of keep the momentum alive for their team. But Funjin getting kind of low, the overload as well coming out from Taken. And there's a lot of ultimates being utilized in this fight, but look how much payload progress they're getting. They do not mind this at all.
No, they don't mind it at all. I think that was a little overzealous of an override protocol from Taken. So now they're just going to be forced back. They've got to wait for the Zarya. And what are we doing, Blue? Where are we going? How did we even get over there?
I'm like trying to look. I'm trying to like close my eyes and imagine the bat from a three. Oh, God, gets eaten. Denji against the instant no type from Punko is like a just frame. A crazy work. Getting kind of low. Needs to focus on the match because they can still win this fight. Denji's getting kind of low. He's got eat again, so hopefully don't throw out another ultimate to be eaten. But yeah, it looks like they're not going to be long for this world. Has to run back for the spawn, and what a clutch eat again. You want to talk about a roll star move? That is exactly what you want to see. A Graviton Surge shut down entirely.
That is exactly what you want to see. And Pachisuba, they're kind of falling behind in the ult economy now. They've been kind of just throwing them at the wall and seeing what sticks. And honestly, they've had a couple of sticks, but nothing big. Elvish Soulknife, they're going to have pretty much everything but the Molten Core to work with here in this next fight. Super will be have that overclock soon enough as well. It's just going to be a mess of a fight for Pachisuba. This is probably going to be a loss for them unless they can find an early pick here.
Okay. You know, Denji forced back. I mean, we do have Graphitic Flux at their whim, but you have to be careful because Ani, they're hunting for Chaos. So as long as Chaos stays in a good spot, I don't think they're going to get caught by this random Death Blossom. But then again, I've been proven wrong before. See them just kind of slowly, patiently waiting it out. But then we do have a Kitsune again from Chaos, just building it up so quickly. Funjin has to be perfect with this Kakai Sanctuary. He dashes in with that bubble, but is not going to be able to find anything. Denji getting super low, but the Tidal Blast comes in the nick of time. But he has to just use it just for the sustain, just for the heals. Can't really walk forward in, can't be aggressive, has to just back up. Bowsy gets the Suzu off in time. So luckily, we do still live in this fight, so we can Kitsune right back. But look at that, they kite away, and now they have to relinquish all that space and pressure on this point.
I know, but they just get to back up here to the power position, honestly, onto this point, and so they just reset the Kitsune, kind of thrown in, honestly, not for any real good reason. It's a TP in from Ani and the bubble onto him, and see if we can get in here, but no.
Shut down, super. A quick little railgun to the headshot, and I already told you that 150% charge, it already does some monster damage, but then when you add a headshot into the mix, that's just an insta-kill, no matter how much HP you have. Punko has access to a grab again, but he cannot get eaten. This is down to the final 45 seconds. If this grab gets eaten again, that's going to do it.
And you know Denji knows it's coming. He is poised, looking to try to grab this one up. The Molten Core also at the ready for Roxcraft, so maybe they can try to lock off point with that one as well. A late little bubble, lots of charge. It's just Punko sitting at 100 charge this entire time. The grab in the Sanctuary. Fujin has built another one. He's had one almost every single fight.
Okay. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I thought the grab was coming out. It's Kakai Sanctuary coming out, and he gets the 2 people he's looking for right into the Molten Core as well, but luckily it's on the saving side, and with Denji just cleaving down the opposition, just the last bit of the system protocol override, not gonna be able to find any type of success. Yeah, Punko has to just try to swap to something to get back to the point just to contest for overtime. Everybody getting so low. Chaos, again, another cherry on top just to make sure we close out the fight. Just more damage on damage. And unfortunately, Funjin not even able to trigger the overtime even further. And just like that, Elvish one step closer to moving on to grand finals.
One step closer in a fantastic hold from Elvish. They shut it down. They're at that last corner of second point, right, for checkpoint. And it's just, you know, Pachisuba, they got some picks up there, and they had just, honestly, it's just a couple of missteps from their ults. I mean, they're just going to throw them at the wind. I mean, you saw there that Kitsune trying to work up the stairs. It's just too early. They needed to try to build that space and then throw it over onto point to try to work forward. Weren't able to get it done. Instead, just kind of got stuck in the meat grinder that Elvish had set up.
No deaths from Bowsy. What?
Ready for battle.
Like, am I reading that right?
No way.
Wait, did I say no deaths? Oh, wait, bring it back up again. Who does it say? It say no deaths on who? On Bowsy and who? On Taken?
Taken had no deaths as well.
And they only got 1 point. What? That is bizarre to see. That is normally what you see on the opposite end, right? On the defending team, they essentially almost full hold you past on that, maybe getting that 1 point, but you hold them past that first point, and you have 2 players on Pachisuba having no deaths. That is crazy to say the least. But luckily, they still have a win condition here. They still can win this series.
Yes, they can. I was about to say, you know, it honestly kind of shows that, you know, they are very practiced on this map. They have a strategy going in. They know how to play their space pretty much perfectly on this map so far. They just need to clean up their ults a little bit, and I think they can be able to hold this.
Yeah, full holds are not uncommon with Shambhala Monastery, but again, it all comes down to this series and playoffs life on the line for these players. They have one last opportunity. And now they're looking for the W. You can see Elvish copying and instead just going to try to take over the high ground here, not relinquishing the payload presence for now, just a favor to make sure we actually win the fight.
Pushing the pressure up, and so that'll be Pachisuba rotating back around. They've kind of lost control of the high ground, but it's Ani in the back line. He finds Blue, and he's going to be able to get himself out of there. So he's going to have a bubble ready for him as well. So low did Super fall, but the cleanse comes through.
And look at that, Funjin also making the swap over to the Wu Yang. So that jetpack cat actually inspiring some much needed changes on the side of Elvish Soulknife. And you see Ani, they're going for some more bodies. They just get Rockcraft so low that they have to just overload just to survive and back up. Can't even utilize it for damage. Funjin actually winds up falling in the process. So if Super can find another pick on another one of these supports, maybe they can get some more payload progress. Yeah, with the addition of Sad, Blue actually getting onto the kill feed, they are going to be the ones that are walking away sad.
The attempt there from Ani, just try to take somebody with him, but it is a little bit of an ugly stagger for Pachisuba. So the rest of the team, besides Ani, will be back and ready for this. No ults really at the ready, but it'll be Chaos first to that Kitsune rush. She has been so good all throughout this series, and no different now, as it'll be Kitsune rushes from both sides. Pachisuba gonna have to contest this.
Yeah, Bowsy has to be perfect with the placement, does get a good placement. The trades do come out, but it's actually in favor of Elvish because they wind up losing a monster damage dealer that was Ani. Bowsy winds up falling too, so now a bulk of their healing essentially gone. Not going to connect anything on the Graphitic Flux, but the spacing that he's made with this is just too much. You can see Casting pretty much getting isolated thanks to that Graphitic Flux, and with, a solo heal, Wu Yang, not going to be enough. And here we go, 4 minutes. 4 minutes to secure your spot in the grand finals. Elvish, do you have what it takes?
We will see. As Super will have that overclock after ready. He has been a menace with it all throughout this series, and look how aggressive they're playing, and this is how you have to play it. That's kind of what Pachisuba was missing when they were trying to play this attack up through these halls. It'll be Ani with the Death Blossom. Gonna try to get in this backline. He's been able to find blue a couple of times in these fights, and maybe this one will be no different. But he's gonna have the bubble to protect himself. We'll see as here comes the Death Blossom.
Nice Suzu again from Chaos, keeps everybody nice and healthy, so not gonna be able to survive for too much longer. Tidal Blast as well comes out, the grab straight into nothing. He gets the 2 supports, but they insta-die, they insta-melt, so at that point, could have just saved it, but it's all good, because Super maybe gonna fall pretty close behind him, and now it's just the 2 players on the side of Elvish to be able to help clutch this up, and then they might be able to do it, and they do! Roxcraft! Is he making this happen?
He's a menace on the Torb, and so he gets it done there, and now approaching that final little corner setup is Ani for a little bit of harassment. He's been so good at getting as much value as possible. It's just that last Death Blossom wasn't able to get anything. Still holding out that overclock as Super, but now that they're around this corner, he's got so much more room to work with.
Okay, they got an opportunity. No cat, so he can't do a Sky Noon, so Taken has to do it all by himself, and he's not going to be able to do it as he falls instantly to the overclock, and a Super just stacking on the damage. This could do it. Series on the line. Super just needs to clean down the last few opponents, and even Roxcrap just going for the celebratory Torb Hammer to make sure we secure the win and secure the series. Elvish Soulknife move on to Grand Finals.
Yes, they do, and they get it done. A best of 5 going all the way. We get to see every single map in that one, and they do find it in the end. Almost looking like a mess, of course. You know, their first matchup against Pachisuba, they were able to clean sweep, get to 3-0. This one a lot closer, but they get it done in the end.
Man, good stuff again to Elvish Soulknife. They looked a little bleak for them, especially after that push map. I thought it was so over for them, but found a way to retaliate, keep their team's hopes alive, and that's what you need to do. That's what sets apart the teams like the wheat from the chaff, when you have the teams that can overcome those massive losses and still walk away victorious. So big ups to the entire team. Everybody really played out their hearts tonight.
Yes, they did. Elvish going to look forward to their next matchup. They will be headed to the Grand Finals, facing off against Freefall.
They want that run back, baby. But yeah, you could see it in the tail of the tape. They were looking really solid until they ran into the buzzsaw that was Free Fall. So they had to make their run from the losers finals. And same thing with Pachisuba. They did amazing. You have to give a big round of applause for Pachisuba. They didn't even make it into relegations through the regular season. They had to go through the play-ins. They had to fight their way through the loser side of the bracket after losing that 3-0 against Elvish. And then, man, what a statement. They almost took this series again tonight and just really made this series a much closer bout than a lot of people anticipated.
Oh, they really did. They brought it all the way to the very end. And that's what you like to see. I mean, that's so, you know, you end off in that third place position because they are eliminated, of course, now. But, you know, you got to be happy with that season. You got to be happy with the way things went in the end. Because, I mean, you know, coming in, having to play, like you said, in the play-ins and then working your way, losing that first matchup to Elvish and working their way. That was beautiful, by the way. And working their way through the lower bracket all the way to the lower finals. It's just a beautiful way to get it done.
I mean, you keep saying beautiful because that's all it was. It was just great Overwatch that was played from Elvish. I mean, you see the moments that big ultimates would come out, whether that be like the Graphitic Flux or the Kitsune and stuff like that. They just properly knew how to kite it and kind of work their way around it. So it was an awesome sight to see. But seriously, I think when it comes to MVPs, we talked about her all night long. It's inevitable. It had to happen. It has to go over to our girl, Chaos Moonfire.
Yes, she looks phenomenal. She didn't play the first map. I forget what their lineup was then, but as soon as she came out on the next map, ended up playing that Kiriko and looked lights out. Was able to get some huge cleanses, able to get ridiculous utility, keeping people alive. Was just playing a fantastic game and then rolling off of that second map into the Colosseo. I mean, looked fantastic there as well. One of the big reasons they were able to get some of the progress they were to try to stop that one and then head into that last map. I mean, just able to keep it lights out on that defense.
100%. Yeah, and again, like nothing short. I mean, Denji immediately goes in the chat and says, "What about Super?" And it's like, yeah, of course, everybody played well. You ate a grab, for crying out loud. Everybody played really well. It makes sense why this team is getting a minimum of a second place finish tonight. But again, it's hard just to pick one person at these MVPs. So don't shoot the messenger, but you can shoot the deciders, which is us. So we decided.
We did decide it, and I think it was well earned, but a fantastic win for Elvish Soulknife. And of course, they do head on to the grand finals.
Yeah, so that's going to be one hell of a night, one hell of a match for them. I know they're going to be celebrating, but they still got one more match to go. They still got a job to do. They still want to close it out. And honestly, with that 3-1 scoreline tells a whole lot about, that it's not a one-sided bout when it comes to free fall. They have an opportunity for success. And seriously, I know that Denji wanted to try to go for some of those Ramatra plays, but I think Sigma is as tried and true.
Yes, it seems to be the thing that is working. And I also must add, in these playoffs, Elvish was the only team to take a map off of free fall. So maybe this time they can take more than just that one map. So we will just have to see.
All right, so we're actually getting loaded up. We're actually going to do a quick little exit interview with Pachisuba. Again, they did an amazing loser side run in the playoffs bracket, so would love to hear some more from them. We got Pumko, Funjin, and Taken. What's up, everybody?
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Awesome job again. I have to applaud you guys. You all did an amazing job in that loser side run. Tell us what was going through your head going into tonight's match.
I really hope we don't lose. And well, I was kill Cat Bastion.
Kill Cat. Low-key just focusing on staying awake through the entire match, just because I'm running on 2 hours of sleep. So
well, that's good. I mean, I know you guys didn't get the result you guys are looking for, but I mean, how do you guys feel about the whole season, the season as a whole?
One of the best seasons I've probably played in. I don't know. I mean, nothing could compare to This Is My Cat, but this is a close second.
Yeah, what is it? There's so many teams I've been a part of in BPL, but Pachisuba is definitely up there for one of my favorite teams.
Chills.
I think, yeah, honestly, the only other teams I can really think of at the top of my head are Ember from season 4 and Grizzlies from World Cup, the first World Cup from long ago, because I'm Unk. But Red Wolf is also good as well.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, I mean, half of the 2 of the 3 of you players in here are, MVP or role stars for your respective roles, so it makes sense. So Pumko, we gotta be looking to you. Maybe we get you getting role star next season.
Yeah, 2 out of 3. Didn't go for the 3 for 3.
Yikes! Elephant in the room.
I mean, I don't know. I guess this match just proves I'm a fucking off Zarya. I'm a fucking Zarya merchant.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's not a bad character. I mean, besides that one grab that got eaten, I think you were playing phenomenally tonight.
Yes.
Denji has my number with that shift button, I guess.
I think it auto clicks, honestly, when you grab.
Of course. But yeah, you guys seriously were doing amazing. You're going to see that you had to go against, unfortunately, the first matchup in the playoffs, in the actual playoffs bracket. Was there any different game plan, different strategy you had in mind trying to go for that rematch?
Continually is to worry about Cat Bastion less. Our first game against them, we worried about it way too much, and it kind of screwed us over.
And then we just went with the flow.
Yeah.
I think that worked perfectly.
Yeah, you could tell him, Carson. I mean, your guys' vibes throughout the entire night was so high. You could tell even on those maps that seemed unwinnable, you guys kind of just band together and just, with the power of friendship, turn things around.
Oh yeah.
One big thing that when it comes to I try to do on most of the teams I be on, I try to make sure I can be the I make sure people stay level-headed throughout the matches and be that positive reinforcement when we're down a map or 2. I usually try to be that grounder so we can maintain a good mentality going into 2nd, 3rd, 4th, whatever map we need to go into.
Yeah, and that definitely shows because, like I said, you guys had an awesome run in that loser side. I can't be understated. That's definitely one of my favorite teams to watch as you guys progressed through the loser side and made it all the way here. So a third place finish. I know that's what some of your guys' best performances, but I know you're hungry for more. So I would expect to see you guys all again next season, right?
Yeah.
Easily.
I'll probably captain again for sure. Yeah.
Awesome. Again, any last closing remarks for anybody or any special shout outs for anybody?
Shout out Coach Corey.
Coach K.
For real. Coach K.
Coach K.
Him, we wouldn't have got where we are without him. And fuck Cat Bastion.
Yeah.
Fuck Cat Bastion.
Down with Cat Bastion.
Well,
That is so real.
Yeah, we do get one bad word to keep the stream PG-13, so I guess that counts. So big shouts to them. Again, thank you everybody for coming in for the Eggs interview. Congratulations again on a third place finish. Nothing to scoff at. There's been a stacked bracket, absolutely phenomenal finish. So with that being said, I think it's time for us to wrap it up to here tonight, Carson.
Yes, it is. It was a fantastic 2 matches that we got to cast here tonight. And, Elvish, Soulknife moving on to those grand finals. So good luck to them when they get to go play that one. Pachisuba, a good finish for them, hitting that 3rd place in a fantastic way to end the season. But that has been all from us here tonight, I think. We'll go over right quick here our final couple of matches that are yet to be played.
Yeah, we're going to find out who and when and where we're going to be streaming these last few matches. So make sure you're paying attention to the Discord, paying attention to the social media, so that way we can find out when and where the matches are going to be played. I mean, you recognize all these teams already. We got a couple lower finals for the A and B League, and of course the grand finals for those respective leagues, and of course going to be C League of that free fall versus Elvish Soulknife. Honestly, you showing me all these teams, I have no idea who's going to win any of them. It's completely up in the sky. Every single matchup across all the leagues are so closely fought.
Now, this will be a fantastic way to close out the season, and all of the matchups are going to be fun and exciting. Going to have big plays in all of them. But regardless of that, it has been a fantastic little night here in our little casting setup. Of course, Elvish Soulknife, props to them for coming away with the win here in this one. And I guess, that's been all from us here tonight. We thank y'all for coming out, coming to watch the show. We hope y'all have a great rest of your night.
Yeah, thanks again. Make sure you go follow me on the Twitter. I'll be commentating a couple different games alongside Overwatch, but I'll probably be here again for the finals of the ABC League, respectively, here for Bad Pachimari. Got Tekken tomorrow, so got a stacked week ahead of us. Hopefully to see you guys there. But for now, I wish you all have a good night. We'll see you guys next time.